Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We're live on KCLV, Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Would everybody please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Chair Flangus,
Here.
Vice Chair Moody,
Here.
Commissioner Goins,
Present.
Commissioner Truesdale,
Present.
Commissioner Quinn,
Here.
Commissioner Schlotman,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go on to the next item, I would like Commissioner Quinn to go ahead and introduce our guest.
Thank you. It's with great privilege that I introduce to you tonight my friend Nicholas Moffett. Nick graduated from Bishop Gorman High School. He's been my friend for over 20 years, and then he went on to the University of Arizona, where he graduated in urban planning and development. Presently, he works for a solar company, but one day he wants to be sitting right around here and working for the city of Las Vegas, and I welcome him, and I thank Flynn for allowing him to have this privilege to sit with us this evening and see how the city works. So welcome, Nick, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner, and welcome, Mr. Moffett. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate your adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Thank you. Going on to number 4, public comment. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Seeing none, sir, come on up, please. And, sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Martin Dean DuPaulo, 209 Oakford Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89110.
And
I would like to protest item number 13, please.
And would you like item number 13 pulled?
Yes, please.
Okay. Anybody else wish to be heard at this point?
Hello, my name is Ted Price with Elation Homes. I would like agenda item 22 postponed until the December 10th meeting.
Are you the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll go ahead and address that on the housekeeping items then. So you're asking for it to be obeyed until the next meeting?
Yeah, that's correct.
Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Harold Barling, 6164 Pineville Avenue. I'd like item 34. We'll have to have a public hearing.
Sir, that's already scheduled, or I take that back, excuse me. We'll probably look at that after we look at obeying this, because there's probably going to be a motion to obey that item, because it's related to items 34, 35, and 36. So if you'll just bear with us a moment, I'll give you an opportunity. Sir, name and address, please.
Yes, Chairman Flingus, John Graves, and I represent opponents on item 55. Is this the time to object?
I believe
I may be out of order. I just want to make sure.
yeah, item 55 will come up in due course.
Thank you.
We go numerical order.
Yes, my name is Gary Brown. I live at 2041 Hassel Avenue. That's in North Las Vegas, 89032. And I'm here to either directly now ask that item number 44, which is the rezoning be either delayed, postponed, so that more information can be gathered, some proper nouns to find out. who
Sir, are you
actually-
the applicant?
No, I'm not the applicant.
Okay, what it'll do is that'll come up for public discussion in due course. At that time, you can come and speak against the project or whatever.
Thank you.
But right now is not the appropriate time.
Just want to make sure.
But thank you
cover the
very
bases.
much.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please?
Janelle Thomas, 1509 South Fifth Place. I'm hoping to be heard in opposition to number 14, which is on the one motion, one vote calendar.
Item 14 is probably going to, there's a request to have it obeyed. After we do the housekeeping matters, if you want to still speak on it, you're welcome to.
Okay.
If not, probably the time to be heard on this will probably be December 10th, 2013.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to item 5, the minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the Planning Commission meeting of minutes of October 8, 2013.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion is to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of October 8, 2013.
Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve the minutes of October 8, 2013 are approved. We'll go ahead and move on to our housekeeping items now. Are there any items that the commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action at this time? And bear in mind, I've already received, I have number 14 pulled, and out of these, so. Beg your pardon? Yeah, item number 13 and item number 22. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the following items have been requested to be held in abeyance to the December 10th, 2013 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 14, SUP 51183. Item number 15, SUP 51184. Items number 23 and 24, TMP 49542 and WVR 49873. Items 29 through 33, MOD 50901, VAR 50904, WVR 50908, SUP 50906, and SDR 50909. Items number 34 through 36, VAR 50841, VAR 50842, and SDR 50840. Item number 37, SUP 50824. Items 58 through 60, SUP 51444, SUP 51445, and SDR 51443. Item number 62, SDR 51434. Item number 65, TXT 51100. The following items have been requested to be tabled. Items number 40 and 41, VAR 49497 and SUP 49639. And the following item is to be struck. Item number 68, TXT 51291. Thank you.
If I could make a correction on 68, rather than striking that, we're recommending that it be held in abeyance until the next meeting.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion on those items.
Mr. Chair, the motion is to obey until the December 10, 2013 Planning Commission meeting, items number 14, 15, 22, 23, 24, 29 through 33, 34 through 36, 37, 58 through 60, 62, 65, and 68, and that items 40 and 41 be tabled.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman,
some of these items that show an abeyance on the, are these their second hold, or the staff know, or we need to make a record or deal with a record with regard to the number of holds?
Staff?
Through you, Chairman, at this point, there are no requests that are the third request, so no finding of good cause has to be made at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think, Ms. Thomas, I think you wanted to be heard on one of these items that we were obeying, or are you okay with at the next meeting? Okay, I got an indication that she wanted to be heard at the next meeting. And I think, Mr. Brown, I think you wanted to be heard on one of these? Would you want to wait till the next meeting, or do you want to be heard tonight? If you'll come up to the podium then, sir. And I'm going to ask you to state your name and address again for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Gary Brown. I live at 2041 Hassel Avenue. That's in North Las Vegas, and it buttresses right with
I apologize, sir. I thought you were the gentleman for item number 58.
Okay, no.
We had a gentleman
544.
that wanted to be heard on item 58. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on. I apologize, sir. I had your name mixed up. Go ahead and please vote. Please post. Motion to approve the housekeeping items passes. We'll now go on to the consent items portion of the agenda. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commission member or an applicant so desires. Beginning, I'll just go with items number 7, which is ANX 51342. The applicant owner is Zing Yu for possible action on a petition to annex 0.52 acres at 5333 West Oakey Boulevard in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 8 is ANX 51431. The applicant owner is NVRE LLC for possible action on a petition to annex 2.20 acres located on the north side of West Centennial Parkway, 328 feet east of Schomburg Road in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 9, ANX 51432. The applicant is DR Horton, Inc. The owner is Jill Ann Thacker Ducharme for possible action on a petition to annex 5.29 acres at 3735 North Fort Apache Road in Ward 4, Councilman Anthony. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 10 is ANX 51433. Applicant owner is Verlaine LLC for possible action on a petition to annex 5.31 acres at the southwest corner of Moccasin Road and Homestead Road in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 11 is TMP 51441, Sky Point by Ryland Homes. Applicant owner is Ryland Homes, Nevada, LLC, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 96-lot single-family residential subdivision on 11.85 acres at the southeast corner of Elkhorn Road and Sky Point Drive. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff is recommending approval. Does any of the applicants or any member of the commissioner commission desire to be heard on any of those matters? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion on the consent items.
Mr. Chair, the motion is to approve items 7 through 11 on the consent portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please post. The motion to approve the consent agenda items passes.
Mr. Chair, items 7, 8, 9, and 10 will go forward to City Council in ordinance form. Item number 11 is final action in the absence of an appeal within 7 days.
We'll move on now to the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Beginning with item number 12, which is SUP 51180. The applicant is 99-cent only store. The owner is Burns Family Surviving Spouses Trust. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer/wine/cooler off-sale establishment within an existing 19,261 square foot general retail store, other than listed with a waiver to allow a 250-foot distance separation from a house of worship where 400 feet is required at 3141 North Rancho Drive in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Note the correct ward is number 5 with Councilman Barlow. Staff is recommending approval. Going on now to item number 16, which is SUP 51381. The applicant is Las Vegas National Bail Bonds. The owner is Giardino Family Trust. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed bail bond service use at 520 South 4th Street, suite number 340 in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 17 is SUP 51416. The applicant is Dollar Loan Center. The owner is Hushang Rouhani Family Trust. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed auto title loan use within an existing financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 100-foot distance separation from a residential property where 200 feet is required and to allow a 287-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified use where 1,000 feet is required at 625 Northland Boulevard, Suite 110. In Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 18. The applicant is Dollar Loan Center. The owner is Decatur Crossing Center, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed auto title loan use within an existing financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from residential property where 200 feet is required and to allow a 120-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified use where 1,000 feet is required at 280 South Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 19. Item number 19, SUP 51436. The applicant is Dollar Loan Center. The owner is 6122 West Sahara Avenue, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed auto title loan use within an existing financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residential property where 200 feet is required and to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified use where 1,000 feet is required at 6122 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 20, SUP 51438. Applicant is B&S Auto Repair. The owner is Gary Littlewood. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed car wash, full service, or auto detailing use with a waiver to allow no stacking lanes where stacking for 6 vehicles is required at 4306 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 21, which is SUP 51439. The applicant is MoCo. The owner is National Solutions, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on-sale establishment within a proposed 1,365 square foot restaurant at 6350 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite number 120 in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Does any members of the public or the commission or any of the applicants wish to be heard on this matter?
Mr. Chairman, I believe item number 20, we have not received a signature from the applicant accepting all conditions, so it will have to be publicly heard.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We haven't received the sign-off by the applicant acknowledging acceptance of the conditions, so we don't know if they're in agreement with the conditions as proposed.
Can we pull that item? I'd like to discuss it anyways.
Certainly. Okay, sir, if you'll state your name and address,
Todd
please.
Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and that was the same item that I wanted to hear about too, Trinity, see if he's looked at that.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to be heard on any of these matters? Seeing none, any of the commissioners wish to be heard? Okay, with that being said, I'll entertain a motion on items 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 21.
Mr. Chair, the motion is for approval on those items.
Thank you. Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve items number 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 21 carries. Director?
Mr. Chair, item number 16 is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days. Items number 12, 17, 18, 19, and 21 will go forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
Thank you. We'll begin now with item number 13, which is SUP 51181. The applicant is 99 Cents Only Store. Owner is WRI Charleston Commons LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer/wine/cooler off-sale establishment within an existing 24,574 square foot general retail store, other than listed at 45 North Nellis Boulevard in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed beer wine cooler off-sale use will be located within an existing general retail store that conforms to all of Title 19 minimum distance separation requirements. Therefore, staff finds that the proposed use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the surrounding land uses and recommends approval. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? And sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Ben Volmer. I'm here with Colasar and Latham on behalf of the applicant, 400 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 400, Las Vegas, Nevada. And obviously, this is a 99-cent only store. The staff has recommended approval. I'm not sure if I need to show pictures, but 99-cent only store is essentially a grocery store type business. They sell a full variety of household goods and food. They compete with other grocery stores in the neighborhood, similar, like Smith's, Dollar General, Fresh and Easy, Walmart, all of which typically hold or sell beer and wine or liquor. Our client's seeking for just beer and wine only. There won't be any hard alcohol. It's going to be just as a convenience to the customer. It's not going to be a large portion of their business. We met with the city councilman. He didn't have any objections to it. We note that there's a condition that requires that the beer and wine remain in the manufacturer's configuration, so they're not going to be pulling single cans of beer or single coolers for sale. There's other similar uses nearby. We know there's a couple of convenience stores and other stores that sell packaged beer and wine. The business is very committed to compliance. There's over 300 stores nationwide. They've added beer and wine to many of these stores, and to most of the stores here in Nevada already. This is one of the last stores. So they're committed to compliance. They have a lot to lose if things go badly. And so I don't believe there will be an issue there. Again, it's a relatively small portion of the business that sells beer and wine. It's not like they're going to be, turning into a liquor store or anything like that. It's simply a convenience to the customer. So we would ask that you follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission, of the Planning Department, and approve the use permit.
Thank you. Does any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? And I know you've already stated your name in that, but if you could do it again, I would appreciate it.
Martin Dean DuPaulo, 209 Oakford Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89110. I oppose the issuance of a special use permit 51181. For the record, Mike Akers, who cannot be here tonight, the president of Stewart Place Neighborhood Association, also opposes it, as does his wife, Mrs. Akers, as do Steve Watkins and Dorothy Watkins of 205 Oakford Street as well. When I spoke with you and emailed each of you in July regarding Walmart and them coming in with a liquor portion into their store, I provided each of you with prior research regarding alcohol outlets in my neighborhood and its effects and the scars that it leaves. I pointed out that we have 86 plus liquor outlets within 1.2 miles. Now, apparently, we might have 87. Of each of the questions I asked, the most important ones I asked, was of each of you, can you please define what a saturation point for alcohol permits is for my neighborhood? I look at this map and it bothers me like it did last time. Had this issue last time, same idea. You look at the map and the map somehow is distorted. The Planning Department again submits this purposely inaccurate map. It omits alcohol outlets. And just to point out once again, if you look here, you'll notice that I marked 3 liquor outlets right across the street in Clark County. Now, that is part of our same neighborhood. When you look at schools, you note them. When you look at parks, you note them. You look at child care facilities, you note them. But for some strange reason, just like a few months ago, when I testified at that point, you refused to put liquor outlets across the street in the county that obviously, clearly, are part of the same neighborhood. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why you show this to the public. You need to be more accurate in your maps. You need to be forthright in your mapping and present that information to the public. I also stated this: I find it difficult for you to come to a decision based on inaccurate information. That hasn't changed. The City of Las Vegas recently passed a moratorium on its issuance of liquor permits downtown. I understand it. It's something that needs to be addressed. But why won't you set one for neighborhoods like mine? Why won't the City Council, why won't you consider, why won't you define what is the saturation point for my neighborhood? So I asked you that last time, I'm asking you again. Certain parts of town are known for many things. We have various corridors. We have a homeless corridor. We have corridors where people go, where they shop for cars on Sahara, East and West Sahara. But we also have a corridor nearby where I live for the past 30 some odd years. And it's known, unfortunately, more and more as a place for inexpensive alcohol and for payday loan places. And I just don't find that acceptable as a resident of some 30-odd years, nor do many of my neighbors. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to be heard?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. My problem with the 99-cent stores are these. The two stores that I'm familiar with, the one on Charleston and Maryland Parkway, and this one too. Those stores are just, the traffic pattern in those stores are just organized madness. If you go into a Vons or any of the Smiths or whatever, they've got the liquor in separate places, it's organized, it's under control. If you go these 99-cent stores, there are kids running everywhere and going out. I do not know what their shrinkage is, but it has got to be phenomenal. And if they're carrying out other stuff, they can carry out the booze too if it's not under control. And I do not see any control in the management of these stores. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
You know, I agree with some of the comments that were made here tonight, and what I would like to see is a map put together showing the saturation within the neighborhood. And is that something that planning would be able to provide for us if we held this in abeyance for 30 days?
There's no guarantee that we would have accurate information from the county, but we would be happy to take a look at the matter for the council, for the commission.
Okay. No other comments?
Go ahead and make a motion, Commissioner.
Yes, on item 13, SUP 51181, I would make a motion to hold this item in abeyance for 30 days and hope to be able to get some information from the planning department.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote.
Thank you.
Please post. The motion to obey this matter to the December 10th, 2013 meeting has passed. We'll go on now to item number 20. Item number 20 is SUP 51438. The applicant is B&S Auto Repair. The owner is Gary Littlewood. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed car wash, full service, or auto detailing use with a waiver to allow no stacking lane where stacking for 6 vehicles is required at 4306 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to add a car wash full service or auto detailing use to an existing minor auto repair business. A waiver has been requested for the requirement to provide a stacking lane for 6 vehicles. Staff supports this request due to the parcel constraints and the nature of the closed bay auto detailing service, and therefore recommends approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we hear from the applicant, please? Good evening. Could you state your name and address, please?
It's Grisel Benitez, 4306 East Charleston Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada 89104. I'm representing Gary Littlewood, the owner of the property. We do accept the terms and we approve what you guys had requested. We just didn't know we had to sign something and never received that paper.
Do you accept the conditions then?
Yes, I accept the conditions.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to be heard on this?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Are they limited to the number of vehicles then that are there at any one time? How are they going to do that?
Staff?
There is no limit to the number of customers that could come here to this location. The request was to have the single bay that's on the photograph that's being displayed here, that bay on the end, to be utilized as an auto detail shop. Staff wasn't concerned with an oversaturation due to the limited nature of the service, that there's only one bay at a moment for that service. So the stacking lane, although not relatively available, there is plenty of parking on site to accommodate additional customers if they were to become very successful at this.
Thank you.
Do they go by appointment then? Do they take appointments like, 6 at a time or,
I'll go ahead and let the applicant answer that real quick, and just go ahead and answer that question, ma'am.
If we go by appointment, we go by when the customer comes in, a walk-in.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman. I do see that there's parking around the sides and other locations. One of the reasons why I wanted to pull this was, if you look at the photos, there's just so much sign spam and illegal signage on this building. And I know the car wash $5.80 that was handwritten probably is not permitted, along with a lot of these other banners. And I just want you to acknowledge that you understand that condition number 2 states that you'll be in compliance with the city sign standards. Ma'am?
Okay. Well, we just opened, that's why we have the banners. We recently opened, so that's why we got banners in there, so.
Chair, through you, just because you just opened doesn't mean that you can have banners and illegal signage. So that's something that you need to have permitted, especially down in this part of the ward where everybody has illegal signage, and it needs to come to the city staff and they need to approve it.
Okay.
So within 30 days, you need to come to the city and have every one of your signs approved.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know about the banners that was illegal.
And then, and I don't feel comfortable that this applicant's going to hold to this standard. So I want a 12-month administrative review to ensure that within 12 months, they don't have a whole bunch of sign spam up across your property. So within the year, we'll be doing checks, and you can't put all this illegal signage on your property. Get a permit each time you want to put up a sign.
Okay, then.
Thank you. Any other commissioners wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Chairman, on item number 20, SUP 51438, I would make a motion for approval, subject to all of staff's conditions, and adding in a 12-month administrative review for the signage.
Mr. Chairman, through you, would the administrative review be triggered by the issuance of a business license or be triggered by the date of approval?
The date of approval.
Thank you.
Please vote. Please post. The motion to approve item number 20 passes, noting the additional condition of a 12-month administrative review.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
We'll now move on to the public hearing items, beginning with item number 25 and related item 26. Beginning with item number 25, TMP 50852, Bristol Falls. The applicant is Ryland Homes. The owner is Deer Springs Way Trust et al. for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 62-lot, single-family residential subdivision adjacent to the south side of Deer Springs Way, approximately 1,010 feet east of Wallapai Way, in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff is recommending denial. Related item number 26 is VAC 50851, vacation related to TMP 50852. The applicant is Ryland Homes, owners Deer Springs Way Trust, et al., for possible action on a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located south of Deer Springs Way, approximately 1,010 feet east of Wallapai Way. Staff is recommending denial. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the requested tentative map depicts the creation of a shared driveway along the western portion of the subdivision, thereby creating a situation whereby 19 lots will directly front a future commercial development with no illustrated mitigation. Staff is not in support of the proposed subdivision design and is recommending denial. Furthermore, staff is recommending denial of the proposed vacation of the future public rights-of-way or patent easements along the eastern portion of the subject site, as no evidence of an irrevocable perpetual legal access has been established, therefore creating the potential for a landlocked parcel. Please note that there is an updated letter from the Water District in the backup. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant, please.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here tonight representing Ryland Homes. It was my understanding that part of the original concern and part, again, just part of the concerns from staff relating to the recommendation for denial did pertain to the issue relating to the Water District, and so we have provided that documentation, as Pete just indicated, to staff from the Water District, which is really the subject of condition number 3 in the vacation. Additionally, prior to the meeting, we have been working with your Public Works staff on perhaps some minor changes to the conditions on the tentative map, specifically condition number 7, as well as adding an additional condition. The end result, possibly, of these amended conditions would be to actually fall more in line with what planning is saying and actually give us the opportunity to explore with staff the idea of just really flipping the site where we wouldn't have homes fronting towards the commercial. In fact, they may be fronting towards to Conquistador, which is the street that is on our easterly boundary. And so if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to talk through those two conditions. Thank you.
Please do.
I believe, and I'll turn to your Public Works staff, but it would be to amend condition number 7 on the tentative map, and then we would add an additional condition that ties into that change.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, if this is approved, we'd like to amend condition number 7 to add at the end of the first and second sentence on both of them, to add the words, let's see, unless another alignment is approved by the city engineer. So first one would be dedicate 40 feet of right-of-way adjacent to this site for Deer Springs Way and 30 feet for the Wesley Street, aka Wasatch Hill Street, concurrent with the recordation of a final map for this site, unless another alignment is approved by the city engineer. And then additionally obtain a 30-foot dedication or roadway easement for the west half of the Wesley Street, aka Wasatch Hill Street, on assessor parcel number 12519301003, concurrent with recordation of a final map for this site, unless another alignment is approved by the city engineer. And then the additional condition would be the applicant shall obtain Bureau of Land Management, BLM, grants for any required public easements prior to issuance of any permits for construction on BLM property. And that is it.
Thank you. Do you accept those conditions as read?
Yes, we do, and we appreciate staff working with us on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, does any members of the public wish to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I'll open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Moody?
Let me just say that before today, I really had 3 major concerns. One, the Water District. 2, item or condition number 7, and then what we were going to do with regard to future easements. All of those seem to be overcome tonight, and so I'll be voting in favor of these. And I'm prepared to make that motion.
Director?
Before you make that motion, Ms. Lazovich, have you submitted a plan showing this to our staff?
No, this issue literally just came up right before the hearing tonight, and so we had some initial conversations with planning, but the Public Works condition is really where it boiled down to. And so what we were hoping is with the language that was provided by Lucian, which gives us the flexibility, we could provide a plan which we fully understand cannot increase density or change anything from a planning perspective. We understand that, and we recognize that we have to give it to you to review. But if, in fact, we don't increase density or do any other major changes, we were hoping that could be reviewed as a minor review.
I have some serious concerns with approving, in theory, a tentative map without having seen the impact that it will have to adjacent properties. And while I support the move that the applicant is making in terms of the relationship that exists between this property and the adjacent commercial property, I think we need to see it on paper and evaluate it, because our evaluation tonight is based on the plan that was originally submitted.
I understand.
And so what I would prefer to do is to hold this item till the next Planning Commission meeting so that we have an opportunity to evaluate the proposal. And again, since this is a tentative map, it can be final action at the next Planning Commission meeting.
Yeah, and I guess our struggle had been, I've stepped in to take over this item at the last minute, but our struggle had been the timing of that. And so that's why we had been hoping that if we could get the item approved with the revised language, and the tentative map stays with what you were seeing tonight. So only unless we come in to you and show you a plan that could work, and if it doesn't work, we're before you on another tentative map that has to come through the system.
I'm still uncomfortable without having something before us that we can evaluate properly.
Commissioner Moody?
Yeah, Ms. Lazovich, I'm wondering, through you, Mr. Chair, since items 23 and 24 are coming back, and I know that there's an issue with timing.
You mean 24 and 25, or 25 and 26?
I'm sorry, I thought they were related items, they're not. I guess my question then is for the director. Do we need to obey, is your recommendation to obey both items or just the tentative map?
My recommendation would be to obey both items since they are related.
All right. And Ms. Lazovich?
I don't get to agree, but obviously I respect the decision of the commission.
All right. My motion then on items 25 and 26 is to obey for 30 days or until our next Planning Commission meeting to give the applicant an opportunity to submit a revised tentative map.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. The motion to obey item number 25 to the December 10, 2013 meeting is approved. Commissioner, item number 26, please. Oh, was that for both? Okay, that is for both 25 and 26. Thank you. Moving on to related items 27 and 28. Item number 27 is GPA 50835. The applicant is Carolyn Michael, owner, Charlie Raw, a Nevada Limited Partnership, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from ML, medium-low density residential, to GC, general commercial, on 4.62 acres at the southeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Lindell Road. The applicant has requested, however, though, that this item be modified to service commercial, and staff is, I believe, recommending approval on with that condition. And now moving on to item number 28, which is ZON 50839, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped, ML, medium low-density residential, general plan designation, to C2, general commercial. The applicant has requested this item be modified down to C1, limited commercial, and with that caveat, staff is recommending approval. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, as you stated, with the amendment to the application to service commercial and limited commercial for the zoning, staff finds the request to be compatible with and more in line with the adjacent residential to the south and the commercial development along Charleston, and recommends approval of both applications.
Thank you. And can we hear from the applicant, please?
Good evening. Lucy Stewart, 3900 Meadows Lane, representing the property owner. And as indicated, we have requested to reduce both applications to, I think, a more compatible use. Also, at the last meeting, Commissioner Quinn asked us to go out and meet with the neighbors, or approach the neighbors at least, immediately to the south, which we went out this weekend and went out twice. We have basically support or ambivalence, I guess is at best, unless somebody's here that I'm not aware of. And there were some people that we left a notice asking them to contact me, and then the next day came back and the notice was gone, but we couldn't reach them. So, you know, I think we did the best that we could. So we agree with staff's conditions and approve.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you, Ms. Stewart, for going back and reducing the use from commercial to service commercial, which is the appropriate use for this area. We also discussed one condition, which would be to add tall trees at the south end of the both parcels, not the first parcel, but the second parcel, giving that neighborhood some type of blockage. So I'd like to add the condition of big box trees on the south end of the property. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm sure if you can do that on the zone change, would that be like intense landscaping, I think, along the?
I think, yeah.
Mr. Chair, through you, we cannot place such a condition on a rezoning application. We would need to do that on a site plan application.
Oh.
As there is no development anticipated with these two applications.
So when she comes back, we do it?
Exactly.
Okay.
However, let it note for the record that the recommendation is for...
Okay, so we'll note it for the record that when you do come back, let's have some nice trees back there so that the neighbors have that buffer. And with that, if nobody else has anything to say, I'm going to make a recommendation for approval on item GPA 50853 for service commercial, following staff's recommendations.
Please vote and note that that's GPA 50835.
Thank you, and with that, we'll follow staff.
Excuse me, Commissioner. Please post.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion to approve item number 27 carries.
Thank you, and following item number 27, we have item number 28, which is abeyance zoning 50839 to make it a service commercial zone. And with all staff's recommendations, I make that motion also, Lucy, for approval. Thank you.
And Commissioner, I believe you meant C1 limited commercial?
Yes.
Okay, please vote. Please post. Motion to approve item number 28 carries. Director.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, items number 27 and 28 will go forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on now to item 37, which is SUP 50824. The applicant owner is 217 LVB LLC for possible... Oh, excuse me, I apologize. Number 37 is in abeyance. Moving on to item number 38, SUP 50866. The applicant owner is CNB FKA BBN LLC for for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,390 square foot tavern limited establishment within an existing sexually oriented business nude show at 2580 Highland Drive in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, may we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant proposes that the site will function as a cabaret with music, comedy, song, or dance. The applicant indicates in their justification letter that this type of entertainment will be offered weekly or monthly. The sexual-oriented business use will be conducted on a 24-hour per basis. Per Title 6.50.250, entertainment must be offered a minimum of 2 nights per week. In addition, staff finds that the sexual-oriented business and the Tavern Limited cannot be conducted in a manner that are harmonious and compatible or with the intent of the code for a Tavern Limited. As such, staff recommends denial of the application.
Thank you. And I believe City Attorney has some comments before we begin.
I do. There have been a lot of questions asked of what can happen inside this building if this application is approved tonight. Let me start one with just the first observation. The only thing before this Planning Commission tonight is a special use permit for a limited tavern license. That's all. You're not here to vote on a sexually oriented business or uses inside the business, and they are legally eligible, even though staff has recommended denial of the application. They are legally eligible for the use permit. The second thing is the way this is agended. It says a tavern limited establishment within an existing sexually oriented business. Since the last meeting, the director identified a provision of the code which talks about what happens if the sexually oriented business is non-conforming and if that non-conforming use is abandoned or terminated. I think we can all state and stipulate for the record that the sexually oriented business that existed at Sherry's Cabaret was a non-conforming use, but it got grandfathered because there was a code change after it became non-conforming. According to our code, 19.12, the section that says, excuse me, you lose your grandfather provision if any such business is terminated or abandoned for a period of at least 30 days. Any future use of the property shall now have to conform to the code. In order for Sherry's to exist as a sexually oriented business and conform to the code, they would have to be 1,000 feet or more away from another sexually oriented business, and they are not. And for that reason, they are non-conforming. There had been a lot of debate, excuse me, whether or not the word terminated or abandoned is applicable in a situation where a business abandons or terminates because of bankruptcy. We've looked into it. There's case law on both sides of it, but I have advised, at least as of now, unless I find more persuasive language, that there needs to be a code change in order for the sexual business to return. If I find other case law out there that shows differently, I may change my opinion, but that's what our preliminary research has shown right now. So the bottom line is you're voting on a Tavern Limited. Tavern Limited doesn't have to have entertainment. The code strongly encourages entertainment under the conditions that were outlined by Mr. Rankin earlier. But that's what you're here for tonight. If I have any questions regarding the sexual oriented business, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from the applicant, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Tabitha Fittiman, 8345 West Sunset Road. With me is Chris Kemper, and we are here on behalf of the applicant. In the audience is also Jay Brown, also here present on behalf of the applicant. There was a lot of discussion about the compatibility of this use and our proposal at the last Planning Commission hearing, and I don't know that it's necessary to get into that again at this meeting. I know you all have good memories. However, I would just like to say a couple things. First, with respect to what the City Attorney has indicated, yes, there is some debate here as to whether the license itself is still active. We are working with him, and we will continue to work with him between now and the City Council hearing. As for the Tavern Limited license, that is the question for you today. We submitted this application when the Tavern Limited license was a legal application, a legal license. We would like to proceed on those merits. There has been a question as to whether or not if we are approved for a Tavern Limited and we proceed in that regard and, setting aside the sexually oriented business issue, would we be able to revert back to an 18 or older type club with the sale of alcohol? And the answer to that question is absolutely not. Minors are not permitted in taverns, whether it be a traditional tavern or a Tavern Limited type establishment. They're not allowed as patrons, nor are they allowed to work in those type of establishments. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record, and Chris and I and Jay are here to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you. Does any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter?
Thank you, Todd Farland, 240 North 19th Street. I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Excuse me, I didn't quite hear you.
I'm in favor of it. I think it's the right place.
Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Ross Goodman on behalf of D. Westwood, Inc., who operates Treasurers Club. Given the city attorney's comments, that's changed my comments for this commission. It is tavern limited, is what the applicant is applying for. Based at the last hearing, the issue was whether or not the commission could approve tavern limited in conjunction with the SOB license. And there was some commissioners at that hearing that we believe accurately reflected what the problem with that is, which is that the applicant was attempting to do an end run around having full tavern and complying with requirements regarding the distance requirement, much like what my applicant did back in 2004 before this planning commission, and as recently as a year ago in making renovations. What you have here is a business that was grandfathered in to do an all-nude show. It's not a viable business, so their only alternative is to come before this commission and ask this commission to do something which it's really not entitled to do, and that is to do an end run around having a full tavern license and a liquor license. The applicant, D. Westwood, Inc., Treasurers, had to comply with that distance requirement when it was in violation of the distance requirement with respect to less than 18 inches, almost the size of my foot. The Planning Commission in 2004 made my client move everything back so that it would comply with the distance requirement, because there's a reason and a purpose for the distance requirement. The applicant is simply trying to find a way, trying to find a scenario, because they can't make it a viable business under the current zoning, to do something different and have this commission make an exception to the zoning rules and the title to try and conform with something that they're clearly in violation of. So based on that, based on the city attorney's comments, if the sexually oriented business license, if that use is not viable right now, and the only thing before this commission is whether or not to grant tavern limited, then my client doesn't have much of an objection with respect to that. It's only with respect to if they're going to come back at a later point and try and put a round peg into a square hole. Square peg into a round hole. You got me on that, Chairman. Then we do have a problem with it, because then the planning is telling one party to comply with the laws and another party to come in. We can increase the value of your property overnight, and we can make you compete in an area that my clients made viable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Sir, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Yeah, David Cooper, 3127 Industrial Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89109. With respect to the applicant's intended use, if it truly is just a limited tavern license with no adult, then there shouldn't be an opposition. I would compel you to consider conditions prohibiting an adult use if you approve the limited tavern license.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion and open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Bonar?
I think this is about as clear a issue. If we only have one item that we can act on, everything else is chatter, and I think we only are able to consider a tavern limited I'm ready to vote on that.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Quinn?
Through you, Mr. City Attorney, so the fact that the Tavern Limited is not grandfathered into the use means that this use is too close to their use per code. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, it's not the Tavern Limited that was grandfathered, it was a sexually oriented business, the strip club. That strip club was able to exist as long as it stayed open and operating. And under our code, if it's abandoned or terminated for 30 days or more, they have to become conforming. So in my opinion, as of right now, and again, if there's research out there that I've missed that shows differently, I will let you know. But as of right now, in my opinion, that use can no longer continue. It'll take a code change or something to bring it back. By the way, just for the record, you will never, ever see an application for a sexually oriented business on a council agenda or on a planning commission agenda. Those things are protected by the First Amendment, and the First Amendment restricts your ability to use your discretion to grant or deny them. So we can't give them use permits. We don't have any land use designation that you would vote for that would go with that, unless it were to change the land to industrial or something like that. But as far as the licenses are concerned, they're done internally. They don't ever appear on public agendas.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn, or Commissioner Slotman?
Yes. If we're just voting on the Tavern Limited, and is that acceptable without the sexually oriented business, then I would say that's what we're trying to do throughout our entire redevelopment area. However, I will point out that per Title 6.50250E, other live entertainment venues to be determined by the City Council for acceptability and conformity to the goals and objectives of the district. What's the goals and objectives of the district? This district right here. It's scattered with strip clubs all the way up and down industrial, and all of them are serving drinks, open 24 hours a day. I don't see how that would be unacceptable for that portion of the district, but we're not voting on that. We're voting on Tavern Limited. And for that, I would support it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Truesdale?
I agree. I mean, what's before us is a Tavern Limited. Nothing more, nothing less. I think the city attorney's clarified the point that the city has on matters outside of this planning commission. We're here on a land use issue and a land use issue alone. And based on that, does this area meet the requirements for a Tavern Limited? Yes. And if there are no other comments or anything different than that, I'd make a motion for approval of this item.
Before you make your motion, Commissioner Moody would like to be heard.
I also just want to follow up and thank the city attorney. One of my major concerns from our last planning commission meeting was that reversion to the grandfathered use, and I'm satisfied based on the explanation that we have protections in place, and therefore you'll see my support on this.
And Commissioner Truesdale, I'm going to defer to Commissioner Quinn for the motion.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion for approval for the Tavern Limited use on SUP 50866, following the staff's recommendation that it is for a Tavern Limited use. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve a Tavern Limited establishment is approved.
Mr. Chair, that item goes forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone, very much.
Item number 39, which is SDR 50115. The applicant owner is Leslie Mark and Sahara Stovall for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a 1,700 square foot addition to an existing 2,915 square foot office building at 2301 Palomino Lane in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have a report, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this item was held in advance in order for the applicant to host a neighborhood meeting, which was held and is made part of your backup in the staff report. The proposal meets all minimum code requirements. Staff recommends approval as the project is compatible with the area.
Thank you. Could we hear from the applicant, please? And if you'll state your names and records, or excuse me, your names and addresses for the record.
Good evening. My name is Carly Mossman, 8085 Egypt Meadows, Las Vegas.
Justin Stovall, 2301 Palomino Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107.
Okay, did you hold your neighborhood meeting?
Yes, we did. And just to give you guys a brief review of the application, we're looking to do an expansion of 1,700 square feet. Some of the comments from the neighbors that were in favor was a additional wall for privacy on the eastern perimeter of the site. The neighbors were in favor of that. Additionally, we are adding for more safety, relocating gates that were along the east side to the west side so that there is more of a visual corridor along Rancho for pulling in and out of the site. As well as we are also adding parking spaces to address some of the concerns from the community as well. So we are providing actually 4 more parking spaces than required. Currently there are 10 spaces on the site, and now we are providing 18.
Thank you. Does any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter?
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. On that photo, I saw some beautiful trees there. Are they going to keep those trees?
Go ahead. I'll let the applicants answer that real quick.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners.
Ready. Good evening, Mr. Stovall. I had attended your neighborhood meeting, and just to clarify, the 8-foot wall would be on the west side of the property, not the east side, which you made a little mistake there.
Correct, yes.
And
thank you.
I need Flynn to clarify, because it can't go, from what I understand, all the way to the end of the property. It kind of has to stagger down. Is that correct, Director? It goes 8 feet, and then it has to, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, and...
How do I say that?
Because of the front yard setback issue, it would have to come down in height. What we would do is, once we have the permit for the wall, we will review it to make sure it conforms with code requirements.
Okay, so you agree with that, Mr. Stovall, the 8-foot wall, and then it kind of staggers down to conform with the code?
Yes, we've spoken with our neighbors to that side. We want to make sure that we get the wall as high as we can, out as far as we can, but obviously in compliance with the,
Right.
with the rules.
Okay, and then the other thing, let's talk about this rolling gate. The rolling gate is no longer going to be facing the eastern side of onto Rancho. You're going to close it off, is that what I'm understanding? And it's going to be onto Palomino, or is it going to stay onto, your gate is going to stay on to the eastern side onto Rancho?
It will remain on the eastern side onto Rancho. The gate that's on the north side is sealed.
Okay, and you do understand that the bus stop will not move, it's staying there, and it cannot affect the bus stop in any way, shape, or form? Okay, all right, so with that, we've got the condition to add the 8-foot fence to the west side. We have the condition to add the parking spaces, which you suggested 4. We have the condition to make sure that, well, it's not a condition, but just to make sure that the gate doesn't interfere with the bus stop, because it is right there. And then I want to put a 1-year review on this, administrative review on this, for them to go check it out to make sure that we haven't had any problems. Is that okay with you, Mr. Stovall?
You guys are going to do that, right?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just
Yes.
asking you if it's okay with you.
Yeah, I don't have any opposition.
Yeah, it'd be nice. That way we'll see if anybody got ran over by the bus or anything with that gate or any of the problems.
And
Okay.
Commissioner, how about relocating the gates from the east to the west side?
Well, the west side, Commissioner, is a neighbor. The east side is onto Rancho. So the only place to relocate the gates are onto the north side, which is onto Palomino.
Mr. Chair, if I might just step in, relative to the gates, they would be as shown on the proposed site plan. So the gate is going to be on Rancho. That is going to be a rolling gate that is closed when the office is closed.
Right.
There is no entrance off of Palomino, nor will there be an entrance off of Palomino. Relative to the one-year administrative review, is that from a certificate of occupancy for the construction? Excuse me?
Building final?
Okay.
Building final.
So the one-year administrative review will be from the building final for the new construction.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a problem with the review, but what's supposed to be reviewed in 1 year? Did they
Well-
do what they said they were going to do? Did they not do what they said they were going to do?
No,
Is the use not appropriate, so we want them to close down and move out?
No.
I'd like to understand what the review.
My review would be for the fact that we've got so many children traveling past that location. We're increasing the usage, we're increasing the cars. We're taking a piece of property that is intended to pretty much stay the size that it is, and we're adding 1,700 square feet to it. We've got a bus stop, we're going to have more cars. I just want to make sure that, for a safety perspective, that we haven't done anything to hinder the people in the neighborhood, because I do have a question about it. And I am ready to move forward with it, but I want it checked in a year, that we haven't had any problems. I'm on the fence.
Okay.
If you don't, I mean, why don't you like it?
Oh, I think the project works. I think these people have done everything that's been asked of them. They've had their public meetings. I just don't, I'm trying to understand what would be accomplished in a review. We're not going to move a bus stop.
No.
We're not going to, unless the city wants to take property, we're not going to move fences back.
Well, we might change the entrance or the exit if things aren't working out coming out of Rancho. I would just be comfortable knowing that we had no problems in the next year from the day it's finished with anybody that's crossing the street there or getting off the bus, because I have questions.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable with it, but I am willing to move forward, and I am willing to make a motion for approval on item number 39, abeyance SDR 50115, adding the fence going to 8 feet, adding a 1-year review from the date of completion for safety reasons only, and that's it. That's my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's go ahead and vote.
Thank you.
Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve item number 39 carries. Director?
Mr. Chairman, this item goes forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all of y'all's consideration of this, so thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to related items 42 and 43. 42 is VAR 51354. Applicant owner is Macon L. Jackson for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an 80-foot tall structure where 35 feet is the maximum allowable height, to allow a 1-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, and to allow a 17-foot setback where a 240-foot residential adjacency setback is required at 709 Sunny Place in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff is recommending denial. Item number 43, related, is SUP 51355 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed wireless communication facility, stealth design, with a waiver to allow such use on residential property. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, may we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to install an 80-foot tall monopalm cell tower in the rear yard of a residential estate zone parcel that has an existing single-family dwelling detached located upon it. In addition, the applicant is requesting variances from residential adjacency setbacks as well as the RE residential estate zoning district side yard setback and height restriction. Staff finds that the proposed development will have negative impacts upon the surrounding neighborhood and adjacent properties and is in direct conflict with Objective 2.4 of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan to ensure neighborhoods within the city of Las Vegas are maintained and enhanced, as well as goal number 3 of the West Las Vegas Neighborhood Plan, which seeks to preserve the character of the existing neighborhoods. As such, staff cannot support these applications and is recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant, please.
Chris Dingle, 10427 Gunpowder Falls, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here representing AT&T.
I'm sorry, sir, you're going to have to speak up a little bit.
Okay. Chris Dingle, 10427 Gunpowder Falls. I'm here representing the applicant AT&T on this request for a 80-foot tall stealth monopalm cell tower at 709 Sunny Place. With me is Mr. Macon Jackson. He's the property owner. One thing that I wanted to point out about this is it's going to be located off the Martin Luther King corridor. It's going to be located, if I can put this picture up, it's going to be located along an existing power line corridor where there.
You can move over and talk on that mic in the middle. Yeah.
Okay. It's going to be located along the existing power line corridor, which provides transmission and distribution lines for the area. It's not going to be any more obtrusive than those lines. And with that, Mr. Jackson would like to add some.
Yes.
Before you speak, sir, I need your address into the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commission. Macon Jackson, 709 Sunny Place.
Thank you.
In 1960, my parents purchased this 1-acre parcel, and I've been there, grew up there, and I currently own a home right now. I see this project as a very viable project and a very good project for the community. My neighbors to the south of me, they're fine with it. They're actually an acre and a half away from me. My neighbor to the north of me, which is actually an acre and a half away from me, State Assemblyman Harvey Mumford is fine with this project. I see this as a very good project due to the fact that it's going to be set back, way back off the main line. It actually is going to flow with the NV Energy poles that are there in existence, so they're going to look uniformity. So I think it's a good deal, and I think it's a good project, and I think we should move forward with it.
Thank you, sir. Did any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I am just totally against putting these wireless towers on residential property. That would be opening up a can of worms that I do not think that you want to face. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I'm
Truesdale.
going to make a disclosure, and I do plan on voting on this item. I represent a property in Clark County that I'm not sure if one of the companies involved here is working on a cellular tower location on H1 zone property. Has nothing to do with this. That deal has nothing to do with this. I don't represent AT&T. I represent a property owner out in the county. And I say that so everybody can understand. I would tear that lease up immediately rather than not vote against this item. This is the worst idea the city of Las Vegas planning staff has let come before us. If we're going to even start considering cell towers on residential property, I have a daughter who lives on Rancho, right near Commissioner Quinn, and I'm sure they'd like the revenue. I mean, it'd be wonderful. Can we imagine a bunch of those cell towers up and down Rancho in each one of those residential estate lots? Or we can put them, I have a house in Summerlin, I'd love to get the revenue. You know, $1,800 a month would make my day. That is absurd. And this is Pandora's box times 10 if we allow this in any way, shape, or form.
Commissioner Goins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good. Mr. Jackson, thanks for talking with me yesterday, and I met with Chris regarding this item, and I know we had had this come back previously on another parcel and was denied, and it's come back. This is a unique and interesting request. It is not normal for us to have this on an RE parcel. However, with the applicant coming in and requesting this onto his parcel, there's really, I don't know if we're setting a new precedent. I don't know if we're going to have folks coming in on the residential property, but I think this is what the applicant has requested. Mr. Dingle has made his case on behalf of AT&T, and he's the owner of the property. So with that, I'm going to look and make a motion to go ahead and approve this SUP 51355, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Before your motion, Commissioner, I'm going to have to, not as in strong of terms as Commissioner Truesdale, but I just don't believe this is a good precedent allowing these towers going onto residential property. We've already got distance requirements for towers away from residential property as it is. And I think this is just a really bad precedent. I understand you've got an array of power lines going behind your property and everything else, but I just still think this is just not a good idea at all. Any other commissioners wish to be heard? Commissioner Moody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there are plenty of places to put this other than on your residential property. And I also want to state my strong opposition for future applicants that want to come in and try to put this on residential property. So my vote will be against this.
Commissioner Goins, go ahead with your motion, please.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I'll still proffer up the motion for approval of subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Please vote.
This goes on the city council, right?
The motion, please post, please. The motion to approve fails. I'll entertain a new motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Please vote, noting that a yes vote is for denial. Please post. Motion to deny item 42 carries. Commissioner Goins, did you want to make a motion on 43?
My motion again would be for approval of SUP 51355, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Please vote.
I think I want to correct, I think earlier I mentioned that as 51355 when item 42 was actually variance 51354, so I want to correct that for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please post. Oh, excuse me, I think my vote's improper. Yeah, I apologize. If you could change mine to a no vote. No, I just, if the record reflected, I had a no vote on that. Okay, the motion to approve fails. I'll entertain a motion on item number 43.
Mr. Chairman, I move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Okay, please vote. Note that a yes vote is for denial.
I'm sorry, I voted wrong. I need to change my vote. I apologize. To a no, please. Yeah.
Okay, the motion to deny item number 43 carries. Please note that Commissioner Quinn's vote was made an error, and she was voting no on that.
Thank you.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, these items will go forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
Moving on to item 44, which is ZON 51403. The applicant is Western Development LLC. The owner is Atterbury Family Partnership LP for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estate to C1 Limited Commercial at the southwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and Pink Rose Street in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site was previously under a resolution of intent to a C1 limited commercial zoning district that expired in January of 2008. The underlying general plan designation is currently SC Service Commercial, which allows for low to medium intensity retail, office, or other commercial uses that primarily serve the local area patrons and that do not include more intense general commercial characteristics. Staff finds that the C1 zoning is consistent with the current general plan designation and therefore recommends approval. Please note that an additional letter of protest has been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Eric Ritz, 3060 East Post Road, Las Vegas, 89120, representing the landowner. We're good with all the staff's conditions and look to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Open it up for public comment. Does any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Got you right this time, Mr. Brown.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Commissioners, to speak my piece on this, as well as a piece from a lot of the community on this particular thing right here. Anyway, my name is Gary Brown, and I reside in the so-called College Heights 2 single-family homes directly north of Lake Mead and the proposed rezone site. Arguably, or not so arguably, how you might look at it, my neighborhood is the most blighted, the most neglected neighborhood probably in all of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas combined. My family and I will have been in the same home located on Hassel Avenue for 50 years as of this month. This is several years before the now demolished Buena Vista Springs 1 and 2 developments, which are also called carry arms from older residents, or even the Herbert Gerson multi-family apartment projects complexes were situated around my community. In that 50-year span, especially starting after 1980, I have seen almost all of the adjacent community resident-owned businesses be simply demolished and or be replaced by large corporate-based businesses, as well as I've witnessed this dismantling and aftermath of many of the other greater community-owned business throughout central northwest community known as the West Side. The insidious and systematic loss of resident businesses and subsequent loss of community-based revenue, jobs, opportunities, dreams, along with the privatizing and loss of many of our traditional established parks and the additional devastation from the crack cocaine epidemic that was ushered into our community has had a tremendously negative impact on both the economic and the psychological well-being of the community. The residents of the community are seeing the so-called redevelopment, redistricting, and rezoning going on all around the greater downtown communities. We see the developments off of Martin Luther King with the FBI building, the various police station, the corporate media giant Cox Communication, and the regional corporate franchises and headquarters that are amongst a few token number of so-called community resident-based businesses. For all the so-called redevelopment that appears to be encircling my community continues to suffer and be plagued by more and more impoverishment and neglect that can especially be exemplified by the ongoing decay and apparent unsolved rash of burnt-down houses throughout the neighborhood. If you bring a commercial retail chain franchises in, of course, I don't know now I don't know exactly what this thing is, but I do know that it's commercial. Close within this impoverished neighborhood without guaranteeing real living wage jobs and opportunity, you will both disrespect and entice already impoverished adjacent community to invite heightened crime activity into the neighborhood. Subsequently, I object until and unless some of the conditions which I have outlined what the community severely needs are reflected. And really part of that, without me going into all of that, is that any business that looks to come into the community first does something, brings something into the community directly that will help the community. And I've made a list of a proposal that I would like to leave with the commissioners to look over and whatnot on that thing. But in general, I object to it because we've seen this, we've had it, and typically under the guise of redevelopment, our community always suffers. It goes further and it goes further down. And just real brief, I don't know how this fits in here, but I wish I would have had the opportunity to do it in color, but I only had black and white ink. This is like 4 of the houses right here. That's even not all of the houses.
Could you turn it?
This way or another 180. Is that good? This is just 2 of these houses. This house right here is literally on my street right here. This house right here here is also on my street, at the gateway to my street. And I'm just saying that with all of the things, the monies, whatever that's going on, and now with this heightened new redevelopment, we've seen that, and it's not helping us. So I just ask, at least until this particular point right now, that this be tabled and given an opportunity. I'm with the North Valley Association, and I will, and matter of fact, Commissioner Goins, your sister wasn't able to make that meeting, and I would actually like to have an opportunity to talk with some of the people of North Las Vegas. My community, I literally went out and I passed out the actual postcard that you guys send out, that is sent out in the mail, that's requesting the rezoning, and very few of the neighbors even got it. When I went to the North Valley meeting, I actually asked how many of the people in there got it, and given that there was approximately 30 people in there, only 3 raised their hands. So this is kind of moving really fast, under the wire. I only received a postcard 10 days ago, so I just ask that this be put off for further review, and if not put off, just totally stopped at this point.
Thank you, sir. And if you could give a clerk a copy of your points that you mentioned a second ago.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Again, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Sir?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Commissioner Goins, was a neighborhood meeting held on this that you know of?
Go ahead, Commissioner Goins.
Can you repeat your question?
Was there a neighborhood meeting held on this? If not, I think there should be.
No, there was not.
Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will be closing the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Goins?
Just real briefly, I'll speak. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for coming up and sharing those sentiments. You know, it's personal to me, too. The first house we ever had in Las Vegas was right on 2020 Carver Street, so got a few roots in that neighborhood myself. Yes. Yes, thank you. Looking at this, as I wanted to explain to Mr. Brown briefly before the meeting, but I held it so we could put it on the record to let him know what's going on. Absolutely right. This area is going through a transition period right now, and I can certainly say it's a transition period for the good of the area. Recently, there was a Dollar General store that has opened. Also, and Mr. Brown, we're not going to be debating back and forth. So, and any other comments that you got to direct to me now will have to go through the chairman, and he'll decide whether to go back and forth. But however, in this area, there is some development going on, and for a lot of years, he's absolutely right. This was a depressed area, dilapidated area as well. But there's been some movement here in the last few years, and because of the zoning and the zigzagging between jurisdictions here, portions of this meet a little bit of North Las Vegas and also with Las Vegas. And for full disclosure, my youngest sister is the city council woman in North Las Vegas, which her district overlaps into this part. And also for full disclosure, herself, Councilman Barlow, and also County Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, whose Commission District D overlaps this, have been working diligently to enhance some of the properties in this area. One of the things that you will notice if you ride down Lake Mead going westbound, and when you get to Comstock, you used to see a bunch of dilapidated apartments. They are now, as we speak, being demolished and cleaned up. So that's certainly progress in this area that we see that's moving positive. The request here for this piece of property is to actually rezone it from RE residential to C1 limited commercial. The reason to do this is basically to bring it in line with what's going on up and down Lake Mead, especially on the south side of the street. I can tell you now, if it remains RE, I don't know what our chances are that developer's going to come in there and build some single-family homes or anything. I just don't think the area warrants that. Besides, it's fronting Lake Mead, which is a major thoroughfare, and with the traffic count that goes up and down Lake Mead, I just don't think it warrants a residential development to go there. So the request by the applicant is to go to C1 limited commercial, which is bringing them in line with some of the commercial up and down the corridor. However, there's nothing proposed for the site. But I can assure, like I assured Mr. Brown, if when this applicant decides to build, there will be a site plan that has to come back. It'll have to come back before the commission. At that time, I would then put some request on there to have the neighborhood meetings. That way the neighbors are working with the developer to develop the neighborhood. So that's where we're at now, and it is a request. Staff is recommending approval on the request, and that is to bring it in alignment with the other parcels that are up and down Lake Mead. Now, I know, Mr. Brown, your wish is to hold everything and stop it, but sometimes in these dilapidated areas, this is where we, at the toughest times that we have economically, these are the times we need to push forward. And these are the times we need to align these parcels. These are the times that we need to begin to reshape this area so that it becomes something that you, a 50-year resident, can be proud to live in. But now again, as to what's coming on this parcel, I don't know, but the applicant certainly knows that he or she has to do the due diligence and bring that project before the Planning Commission and the city, and at that time we'll look at the uses that are going to be put on there. And if the neighbors feel that they don't want the particular use that he wants to put on this parcel, you voice your concern at that time, and certainly as a commissioner I will look at what the neighbor's request is to their neighborhood. So with that, I'll wrap my comments up, and Mr. Chairman, let the rest of the board speak.
Without
debating,
Mr. Brown,
through
we're
the
going...
chairman, please. Is it possible, Mr. Chairman, I just say one thing?
No, I'm going to let the other commissioners speak, and then we'll see how it goes from there for a moment. So,
all righty. It'll be very short what I have to say.
Mr. Commissioner Bonar.
Yeah, if I understand Mr. Brown's desire, it's not necessarily against commercial, it's the kind of commercial that's going to be there. Does it benefit the neighborhood?
No, sir.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he only wants residential.
No, sir.
I don't understand then. I wonder if I can get clarification.
Can I please give
Please clarify,
clarification?
Mr.
Thank you
Brown.
so very much. Again, across the street where the old Kerry Arms are, which is directly across the street of the site proposal, rezoning proposal right there, was just recently torn down right there. And that said, that right now, we see an opportunity to do something with the adjacent property across the street right here, and that's trying to be worked out. But we know that since these two areas buttress, and because of the rezoning and because of how fast this has gone and the lack of information, we want to have an opportunity to see the big picture, to see what's going on, and not just to get rubber stamped as a commercial, so that because it's going to impact what's directly across the street. That's all I'm just asking for more time on it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Boner, I think you had some other comments?
Yeah, I guess I really did misunderstand then. I think what you want is to be a blank slate and nothing decided on this until there's some kind of general concurrence. And I don't think we work that. We've got to do planning before we do implementation. And I think we're at the planning stage right now.
Mr. Brown, I think he's speaking rhetorically, and so I can't have you speaking from way back there, but thank you. I would just add myself and echo Commissioner Goins. I think this should go forward because, and you know, you mentioned, Mr. Brown, about some of the points you want to deal with or have implemented in there. This is going to be a little bit of a lengthy process, so I think there's plenty of time to get done what you want to get done, and I would urge you to get involved with the applicant, you know, now, and see what his plans are or her plans are for the property, and work with them and address some of those concerns, because I think that's your better forum. A lot of the arguments you made tonight are very important, very valid, but it's something, we're land use, and it's a lot of those issues we really can't deal with here. And so it would behoove you to take those to the applicant and work directly with the applicant, you know, for the benefit of your neighborhood. And if there's no further comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Brown, I also just wanted to proffer up, I understand the Northwest Valley meets, and they meet at the Pearson Center on Saturday mornings, and what I will do is I will reach out to my sister for the next agenda, and I will try to maybe put this item on as an agenda, and I will also talk to the councilman's office so that we can work both from the North Las Vegas side and also the Las Vegas side, so that we could bring this to not an official neighborhood meeting under the city's guise, but as part of the discussion of that group that I know meets on a regular basis, and then we'll bring this back through its process when the applicant does it, and I'll request a neighborhood meeting along that too, so I can do that for you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and move to follow staff's recommendation for approval on item 44, ZON 51403, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please post. The motion to approve item number 44 carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item goes forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to related items 45 and 46. Item number 45 is VAR 50955. The applicant owner is Great Wash Park LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 10 proposed freestanding signs to be spaced 35 feet apart, where 6 signs spaced at least 100 feet apart are allowed at the northeast corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard in Ward 2, Councilman Beers. Staff is recommending denial. Item number 46 is MSP 50954 for possible action on a request for a major amendment of an approved master sign plan for an existing mixed-use development. Staff is recommending denial. Staff may have a report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to amend the existing master sign plan for Tivoli Village to allow 10 freestanding on-premise signs along Rampart Boulevard where 6 is the maximum allowed, as well as to allow them to be spaced 35-foot increments where 100 feet is required. As the proposed amendment is not in conformance with Title 19 requirements and there is no hardship associated with the property that would justify the signs as proposed, staff recommends denial of these requests. Please note that an additional applicant letter has been submitted after the publishing and is in your backup materials. Please also note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you, and if we could hear from the applicant, please, and gentlemen, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Gary Chappell, 9525 Hillwood Drive. I represent Great Wash Park.
Hi, Daryl Schock, Patrick Sign Company, 5115 South Arville.
Thank you.
We appreciate the opportunity to come before the commission. Tivoli Village, as you know, is a project that has survived the recession, and we worked very hard in order to make it a very dramatic environment for the community. We're pleased that we've been able to start our phase 2 on the project. If you've been by recently, you've seen steel going in the air, and that's very exciting for us to be able to take that additional step. One of the things that we're trying to do is make sure we keep the community engaged and aware of the merchants that are open within Tivoli Village, keep them on top of what's going on in Tivoli Village. As a result, we're proposing the signs to be located along where phase 2 is being constructed now. We initially talked with staff about the potential for temporary signs along there. Those, by definition, are typically a wood sign and something that's there for a period of months. We're anticipating opening of our phase 2 in the spring of 2015. So the concern was that with that type of signage, we wouldn't get the look that really people expect from Tivoli, which is a high-end look, a look that represents very nice materials and permanent materials. So the question was raised as to whether these were truly temporary signs. The signs are located in an area where we have a drive that leads to a porte cochere. As you see the steel there, you can see the roof of the porte cochere taking shape today. So the intent is that these would simply be temporary signs to keep the community interested during the construction, and at the time that phase 2 is completed, in fact prior to that, to allow for the construction of the drive, those signs would be removed. And we accept the condition that we discussed with staff about going on record as favoring that removal, as that is in fact our intent.
Thank you. Does any, I'm going to open up for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter?
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. I'm just against vertical signs, but as long as it's a real temporary thing and they'd put some landscaping out there, it might not be so bad, but still, if they could, I don't know.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Juanita Clark with Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, 1337 Lorenzi. We, living sort of in that area, we have, we think what's there now is very, very helpful. It does indeed be informative, and and it's in the desert. And so in this desert, to see this information leading up to Tivoli is a very pleasant and informative and helpful thing, and we see nothing distracting with traffic or anything negative about it at all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Bonar.
Yeah, I've kind of gone back and forth on this because I think it's a lot of signs in a short distance, and 6, in my estimation, was probably even a little too many, but 10 is way too many. I do understand the temporary nature, that it's actually going to be a driveway and therefore they will be down. I guess I do disagree with staff. The ability to have a very permanent looking sign being temporary is adding in your favor, of course. I guess I'm torn between 6 and 10, and before I even attempt a motion, I'd like to hear what the rest of the commissioners might have to say.
Any other commissioners wish to be heard on this matter?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Truesdale.
Actually, when they were up for a brief period, I don't know if that was with a permit or without a permit, the small number of them were not unattractive. And I think If you space them at that 100-foot or close to that 100-foot, I agree with Commissioner Bonar. I think 10 is too many. I know there's already a master sign plan that shows some of the, this type of temporary signage. You've got LED signage, you've got large sign monuments that are used for a lot of different signage on both ends. And I think if there were 6, I think it could be, and I think if you want to engage the community, they can be changed out periodically, which gives you the opportunity to put most of the brands up there as you're going through your construction phase. So I think it's a win-win for everybody.
Any other commissioners wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Well, I'll wrap it up this way. I think this is a pretty good alternative to the massive sign with little strip tenants, and so I give you a lot of pluses in that respect. I think I like the spacing of the 100 feet, and I'd like to make a motion to item number 45, VAR 50955, clear that up, to space the project, to space the signs at the 100-foot distance that you've already had approved on your master sign already, and with all other, if approved, staff conditions.
I'm not sure the motion's clear. Are you saying you're approving all 10 signs as long as it's within 100 feet, or, I mean, spaced out in the 100 feet?
I don't think you have room for.
I believe that's a correct statement. I will mention, just in passing, one of the things that we looked at is the curve of Rampart at that point gives a visual effect of a much greater spacing, which was one of the reasons why we came up with that. It's not as though they're in a straight line and kind of stacked on top of each other.
I appreciate that, yeah. But I prefer I didn't want to say 6 in case you can get 7. 100-foot distance is what my intent was.
Maybe I could jump in. If I'm no mathematician, but if it goes from 35 feet to 100 feet, that looks like 1/3 less, which looks like 3.5 signs.
Correct.
So 100 feet doesn't equal 6 signs. So we have to have either a footage and a maximum number of signs that could fit in within that distance separation, or a smaller distance separation that would allow the 6 signs.
If I can amend, then, let me have the option of 6 signs within the space that you have to work.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, staff is wondering if we could clarify, would that be 6 signs spaced equally along that distance, or 6 signs spaced anywhere within that area? Just to clarify that, so we know how to work the permit.
You hit on a good point. I think it's to the extent that other utility items cause a separation, to the extent you can make them equally spaced, please do.
Please post. What's that? Oh, I apologize. I got sidetracked. The motion to approve item number 45, which is to allow 6 signs spaced within 100 feet within 100 feet, carries. Commissioner Bonar for item number 46, please.
Move to approve MSP 50954 to the extent that the previous motion amends the master plan for the signage. I need some wording here, because we're actually amending the master sign plan with this motion.
That is correct. You'd be amending the master sign plan to reflect the variance that was approved for item number 45. I think that gives adequate direction to the city clerk in terms of the motion.
That is the intent of my motion, and I move with that that verbiage. Thank you.
Please vote. Please post. The motion to approve item 46 commensurate with item number 45 carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, these items are final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this juncture, we'll take a short break. We're going to start shortly. We're ready to begin again, and we're going to take an item out of order. We're going to begin with item number 54, which is SUP 51411. The applicant owner is YSBM Investment LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed single-room occupancy residence at 1150 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have a report, please?
Apologize, wasn't quite ready yet. Didn't know that was going to happen. This is a request for a special use permit for a single-room occupancy use. An approved special use permit would allow for weekly rentals of rooms and temporary housing of military veterans. The rooms have been recently renovated to include kitchen facilities. The use meets all applicable Title 19 standards and can be conducted in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding land uses, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please? Sir, if you'll state your name and address.
Arnold Stock, 2701 Alta Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. First of all, Commissioner, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting us go out of order. We have one of our residents here that wants to speak, and so we very much appreciate that. I also wonder if we could focus in on one of these images that we have here. I don't know if you have that ability, but we have some images that we like. This one right here. No, that's okay. I'm here this evening to apply for a special use permit for a single-room occupancy use for Veterans Village, which is located at 1150 Las Vegas Boulevard South, downtown Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. Veterans Village is dedicated to the creation of an environment that is a transitional residence for United States veterans. This is a unique and innovative approach to holistic and comprehensive transitional housing. Veterans Village is not a homeless shelter. It is a respite and a place for U.S. veterans to transition to permanent housing. By way of background, I've been developing, operating, and raising funds for special needs housing for nearly 40 years. The SRO, or single-room occupancy special use request before you this evening, is something that I first worked on in 1977 in downtown Los Angeles, California, for the Community Redevelopment Agency. We started a nonprofit housing organization called SRO Housing Corp., which in case many motels were rehabbed into transitional housing in blighted areas. It became very apparent to me in 1977 that homeless shelters, while much needed for emergency housing, is an inadequate quick fix that does not work for long-term successes for people in need. The transitional method for long-term economic and social self-sufficiency and independence is a proven model and has been done successfully in many major cities and rural areas throughout the United States. I want to repeat and make it clear this evening that Veterans Village is not a homeless shelter. It is a transitional residence. All residents pay rent at Veterans Village. There are no free stays. The average stay at Veterans Village is anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 months, depending on individual situations. Many residents are in schools, such as Culinary Academy, completing degrees, or are employed. SHARE is the parent organization that operates Veterans Village. SHARE is a nonprofit 501c3 corporation that was founded by myself and Karen Rogers in 1994, right after I was employed by the city of Las Vegas. During its nearly 20-year history, the organization has served hundreds of families, seniors, people with HIV and AIDS, veterans, and those with physical challenges or terminal illnesses. Today, SHARE is actively involved with raising funds for various social causes, rehabbing community centers and housing developments, including housing assistance as well as neighborhood support service program. Its mission is simple, which is to build a better world, one life at a time. Veterans Village is located in downtown Las Vegas in a repurposed motel that was in disrepair and decline and ready for board up and closure a year and a half ago. The facility is nearly complete with a renovation of the interior and exterior of all residential rooms. The renovation was made possible through a grant from the Home Depot Foundation in the amount of more than $600,000. The grant total was well exceeded $1,300,000, including donated labor. This was the largest grant that the Home Depot Foundation has awarded across the United States to date. Home Depot provided over 450 Home Depot employees who have all volunteered to help do the renovations. Other volunteer efforts at Veterans Village to date include the Crossing Church with over 300 volunteers, Nellis Air Force Base with over 150 volunteers, Creech Air Force Base with 75 volunteers, and other volunteer makeover efforts that we've done over the last year and a half, including Central Christian Church, Downtown Cares, which recently had a mini makeover on last Saturday, Embassy Suite employees, MGM Resorts International, Caesars Entertainment, Downtown Dynamos with United Way of Southern Nevada, and many other individual volunteers, totaling over 2,500 volunteers since the day we opened. Veterans Village is comprised of 120 units. The Veterans Village facility contains 100 newly refurbished rooms, outdoor pool and patio, common rooms for cooking, laundry, recreation, 12-step meetings, clothing closets, food pantry, library, and other services. Operations and partnerships have been established with local Southern Nevada partners, including but not limited to United Way of Southern Nevada, the Salvation Army, the Home Depot Foundation, Help of Southern Nevada, U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Three Square Regional Food Bank, the American Red Cross, Clark County, Nevada, the Jewish War Veterans, American Red Cross of Southern Nevada, the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, Veterans Tribute Academy and Veterans Tribute and Technical Career Academy, State of Nevada Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, Goodwill of Southern Nevada, Nathan Adelson Hospice, Whole Foods Markets, Trader Joe's Markets, Panera Bread, and USO of Las Vegas. One of our primary partners is Las Vegas Metropolitan Police, where we actively implement the Identify, Detect, Locate program, where all residents are vetted before residency at Veterans Village. The residents that we get come pre-vetted from many of the agencies that I previously mentioned, such as Salvation Army. When they call us with a veteran, that veteran's fully vetted, all their paperwork is done, all their paperwork is processed, the background checks are done, and a case plan is developed for that resident. Our Metro partnership is in place on the Strip, and I'm also the president of Shield of Hope neighborhood revitalization effort in the Cambridge community area, and we work very closely with Metro on Strip issues. We're also in the process of establishing an association on the Strip to ensure neighborhood stability. The other businesses along the Strip in the area that we're in, which we're very concerned about as well. Our lobby is open 24/7 and is a secure, safe zone as well. We are the only lobby that's open 24/7. Many of the agencies and the other nonprofit agencies, including our partners, close down on Thursday evening and reopen Monday morning, which leaves a huge gap in the social service delivery and connection network. And so when somebody comes into our lobby, if they're a vet or not a vet, we can connect them and refer them to other agencies such as the Shade Tree, which we're actively involved with and very close with, St. Vincent's Plaza, Salvation Army, Help Housing, and others, Las Vegas Rescue Mission. All collaborating agencies provide staff and licensed social workers along with other professionals that help residents on an individual basis. There is no social service staff employed by Veterans Village. Caseworkers visit residents in their living unit or in our common room. This model has been a very effective method for Veterans Village and the partners who have their mission to work with others, and by way us not having to create another agency. And so there are no social service staff offices or any other offices that house services on site. I'd also at this time like to thank planning staff, building department, code enforcement, and other agencies that have really helped us work through this process. They've been extremely helpful to us. And in fact, we are very proud to say that we received an inspection, unlike the first inspection when we took over the facility the other day, and we passed 100%. And so we've worked, like I said, we worked very close with code enforcement and city staff and building department officials. The entitlement process, a neighborhood meeting was held on October 8th, 2013 at Veterans Village in our lobby. 150 invitations were hand-delivered to adjoining commercial office and residential uses along the Strip and along the 4th Street edge behind us. 287 notices of this application for this public hearing tonight were mailed by the City of Las Vegas Department of Planning as well. 2 people showed up and were in attendance for our neighborhood meeting. Invitations for a briefing for this applications were hand-delivered to Las Vegas City Hall for each planning commissioner for full briefings, and 2 meetings were held in response with planning commissioner responses to our invitations. The meetings accompanied tours at the Veterans Village facility. I have briefed Councilman Coffin on this application, who attended our neighborhood meeting himself. I have also briefed Mayor Goodman on this application. I have also held individual meetings with this application with local adjoining neighbors as well. It is our goal, again, to establish an association along this strip with other retail uses so that we can work through some of the challenges and issues that we have from beginning at the 7-Eleven and further north and going all the way up to Sahara. If approved this evening, this request for a single-room occupancy special use permit will allow Veterans Village to move away from a motel use to a transitional housing facility. We will not be taxed as a motel or hotel as we currently are. We will be eligible for grant opportunities under this designation. We will be able to move away from the motel room night limitation and no longer function as a motel. The facility is not functioning as a motel at this time either. If approved, this designation will allow us to start cleaning up other motel operations, which are often plagued by negative activities along the Strip and other areas throughout the neighborhood. I appreciate your consideration of this request this evening, and thank you for allowing us to be of service to our community. I believe we have some speakers, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Stott.
Thank you.
I'll now open this matter up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard?
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. The applicant, is this a nonprofit? That was my first, I'd like to know that. And the second thing I'd like to know, is this Meadows Inn, when they converted that thing, is that full up? Is that why we're moving down here? I've got some real problems with if it's not a nonprofit, they're going to get a special use, and we really don't know where they can go with that. So it sounds great, but let's find out, because we spent a whole bunch of money. We subsidized that Champagne place or whatever it was called down on there, and they couldn't make it. So if they couldn't make it down there, I'm wondering, how this is going to do. I don't know. It sounds.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to be heard? If you'll state your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Greg Brannon. My address is 1150 South Las Vegas Boulevard. And I am the manager and triage crisis intervention specialist that lives on site and is available. And I'm also a United States veteran. I served in Operation Iraqi Freedom from the year 2000 to the year 2006. And what we're doing down on this property is changing many men's lives that served and fought for this country. That flag that stands there behind you is a representation to all of us men that served this country, and it means very, very much to all of us. I have a gentleman behind me who's also a United States Marine, and he served his country too, and I've been able to, with this property, reach out and help men like him and provide them, sustainable housing. And I just find a wonderful thing, and I would like to continue to do the work that I do every day.
Thank you. Sir, if you can state your name and address, please.
What am I going to tell them? Whatever you feel. Okay. I've been to every state in the Union. I'm a registered Cherokee from Eastern Tennessee, and this is the most accommodating facilities I have ever seen.
And his name is Carol Painter, and his address is 1150 South Las Vegas Boulevard.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to be heard? If there's anybody else coming to be heard, we do have 2 mics. You can line up at the opposite mics.
My name is Paul Drago. I live at 2009 Spring Rose, Las Vegas 89113-4, and I've inspected this property. My wife runs a clinic across the way. I've gone and visited with these folks, and this is really needed here.
Thank you, sir.
Ron McMenemy, 900 Karen, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89109. First of all, I can't say enough about Arnie Stock and what he has done down at Veterans Village and what he's rallied together in all these organizations. My father served in World War II, in Vietnam, and in Korea. And I saw firsthand what my dad went through to get services and whatnot. I'm also on the board of the Las Vegas Rescue Mission. And we see the difficulty in transitioning not only veterans but homeless, but veterans in a transitional housing environment and providing them services. To quote Mayor Goodman from last night, she said, "Our veterans served us, and it's high time that we serve them." And I look forward to your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Hello, Tina Drago. Do you want my home or my business?
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
1200 South 4th Street. I'm the CEO of First Person Care Clinic. We are adjacent to Veterans Village. We provide them with needed care. We are also do transitional care management with the hospitals in this community. I don't know if you're aware that if somebody goes into the hospital and they're in there for more than a month, 4 to 6 weeks for maybe antibiotic care or surgery, oftentimes these people lose their residence when they come out of the hospital. And Veterans Village has been a great transitional care for them. We've placed several in just the last few weeks there so that these people can get back on their feet to get into housing. Otherwise, they're kicked out on the streets from the hospitals and they have no place to go. So having a facility like this, and especially close to our clinic, is a great, great help to these people as well as to providing them the continuity of care that they need so they're not bouncing in and out of the hospital. So with that being said, it's an economic stimulus as well to the community. It helps people get on their feet. It helps businesses have revenue, and it also helps the hospitals not have this, the burden of people who are not being able to find adequate housing when they leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to be heard?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. My name is Mike Levin, 3101 Westwood Drive here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I work for Titan Towing. I do their daily operations, and we believe in creating partnerships, and I've had the pleasure in working with Arnie. We created a fantastic partnership where folks out in Vegas, normal folks, can donate their cars. We go and pick up their cars. If the car is good, we run it through our public auction. If not, we give a fair market value, and I believe to date we've raised about $10,000. We believe in Veterans Village. I can tell you that all of our tow trucks have the Veterans Village logo on it, and so on behalf of Titan Towing and as a private citizen, we support this matter before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. I think, Commissioner Goins, you have a disclosure?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be abstaining on this item. I have a personal financial matter with Mr. Stock, as well as my company provides funding to one of the agencies that has worked on this. So out of abundance of caution, I'll go ahead and abstain. But just to let you know, I do support it. My dad's a veteran. In my work with the workforce, matter of fact, on December 6th, we just had an RFP for about $800,000 that we're going to provide over to agencies to work directly with the veterans. So I do support it, but I'll be abstaining out of abundance of caution.
Thank you. Does any commissioners wish to be heard? Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chair. A brief disclosure, I have worked with Arnie Stock on 3 or 4 charity projects in the past. I hadn't worked with him on this one. We have no financial interest in each other's business, so I feel that a disclosure and not an abstention would be appropriate here.
And I think that's correct. Unless you have any ongoing business that currently isn't closed out, I think that disclosure is all you need to do.
Okay, thank you. I read this agenda item. Arnie sent over a packet to me, and I was a little bit concerned at the beginning until I actually had the opportunity to go out and walk this space and asked Arnie some really tough questions, and he answered every one of them. And some of my concerns were, would it be a homeless shelter? And he said no. And one of the things that made me feel good about that was the fact that each person that lives there, even though there might be subsidies, each person that lives there pays rent. There's no free ride. Each person that goes in has to have a Metro background check. And if you have a warrant, you don't go in. It's self-policed by every person and tenant in Veterans Village. If they see anything, they report it. Any types of drugs or weapons on site, they immediately get kicked out. When I walked it, it was well maintained. You'll put a ton of money, ton of effort, ton of labor into this building. I seen it a couple of years ago before you got started, and it was pretty run down, so congrats on that. Everything was nice, and everybody there appeared to be getting along and very friendly with each other. So it's almost, even though it's a transitional community, it seems as if everybody was going out of their way to meet everybody and create a community feel within this converted hotel. So for all those reasons, I'll be supporting this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Quinn, I believe you are next.
Yeah, I'm so glad I came out, Arnie, to see you. I sat in the lobby one afternoon for a few minutes, and I was so excited to see people come in and have the access to computers and phones and people. And I think what you're doing there is not only giving people a place to live, but you're giving people a place where they can find their self-worth again. My hat's off to you. I'm thankful for you. I went back to your groundbreaking last night because I've been looking for a place to worship or to honor the vets, and my prayer is that next year is a second tradition, a second year. my other hope for you is that you find another motel and you do this again, because it's not big enough, and there's more, and there's, I could go on, and everybody will say, oh, Vicki's talked too much about it, but I got to tell you, Arnie, you really did it this time, and you did it for all the right reasons. It's, and it's beautiful. It's what Home Depot donated, and where people live, and you have 17 rooms for the disabled, and I could go on and on and on and on, but I will tell you this, there's not a greater start for our community or something for people to model it by, to do another one and another one. And my prayer for you is that next year at this time, we're talking about the next time. Congratulations, sir, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was closely involved with a similar project with U.S. Vets, and very successful, and this looks like you're going to do the same. This seems to be right for vets and is right for our community, and you'll have my support on this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other commissioners wish to be heard? Commissioner Truesdale?
As a matter of disclosure, I do own property in the Notice area, directly across 4th Street from the facility. But I plan on voting on this item. Mr. Stock, I know you have done very good things, and I know this facility can meet the needs of the vets. Another facility that was brought before us just about 8 months ago down in Naked City, which Commissioner Schlappen can tell you, I was opposed, I've supported, and have gone out of my way to try and find ways to support it. But I can honestly tell you, in the last 3 months, things sound good in downtown Las Vegas. Life is beautiful downtown Las Vegas. But the habitual, aggressive, I'm talking violently aggressive homeless that have moved from Oki to Sahara can be one of the biggest detriments to our tourist environment, to all the companies that want to support your business. Is this strictly for veterans only?
Well, if I may answer, because there was a couple questions within the question, which are all very important questions to our city. The only way that, and I've been at this a long time, I came here as a Housing Division Chief 21 years ago. I worked under the Mayor Jones administration. The only way to eliminate chronic homelessness is to provide housing for people that are chronically mentally ill, to build adequate housing for our families that are on the streets, to build adequate housing for our veterans, one project at a time. And my big concern along the strip there is not Veterans Village. My big concern are the other motels that have no control whatsoever over their residents. They'll rent to anybody. They don't do most of them don't do IDL. They don't have partnerships with Metro. So I think that while we're talking only about Veterans Village right now, I really would like to work closer with the city and really take a good hard look at that whole run and really develop a timeline to clean it up. Because
Mr. Stock, let me stop you right there. I own property along that
I
section of
know.
Las Vegas Boulevard. I run a motel. I check everybody who stays there. I have partnerships with Metro. I have partnerships with several federal agencies. I agree. There are people that do bad things. But what I'm trying to get at is this a facility to help the veterans?
Yes.
Or is it a grander outreach for other services that are promoted by the homeless? Mayor Jones, you mentioned Mayor Jones. She had a very great plan to make north of downtown this wonderful place with Catholic Charities and Nevada Hand. And half the people, even half of Metro, are scared to go down there after dark. So I want this section to be for the veterans. I invest a lot of money in the downtown area. I have hired almost exclusively veterans I pay them almost twice the minimum wage. And I want to give them careers, I want to do whatever I can to help the veterans. But just wanting to help them and not addressing some of the ancillary problems that will happen around there is a fool's errand to me. I don't have a problem with the physical land use that you bring for us tonight, but there's got to be a grander picture to deal with the homeless other than, well, we got them out of downtown, they're heading towards the Strip. What are we going to do? I can tell you, I have been physically attacked by homeless people down on Las Vegas Boulevard towards Sahara, just asking them to leave the property. It has become a very aggressive type of homeless person. So if you're telling me you're going to rent rooms to veterans, to help veterans in their transition, I say, God love you. But when you tell me we're opening our office for anybody who needs social services, now you're talking something entirely different than the land use you presented to us.
No, I'm not suggesting that, but I invite anybody to come into our lobby on a Friday when a family's in front of us and their child has no diapers, and for whatever reason the parent has let it go down. They're standing there with 3 kids on a Friday. All the rest of the agencies are closed.
I understand that, but that's not what you're asking for.
Let me finish.
If you're asking for, no, hold on. If you're
Gentlemen,
asking for us,
I need just one person speaking at a time.
Sorry.
Mr. Stock, if you're asking for us to approve a social services facility with all the ancillary things, then make that application. But when you're telling me that veterans need a home, they need a roof over their head, that's one thing. But if you're telling me you're going to be the all-inclusive social service for that area, now it becomes a detriment to now there's a lack of compatibility.
I'm not suggesting that at all. What I did say is that when somebody comes into our lobby, we refer them out. I'm not going to let them go up and down the Strip with a child. I'm just not going to do it. So we refer them out. We immediately, Greg Brannon, he calls me, he says, we have a family here, what do we do? Get them situated, get them comfortable in the lobby, call the Shade Tree, call Catholic Charities, call the Rescue Mission, and move them on. We don't house families. We're not that facility. We're for veterans. But all I'm saying is the bigger issue is that these problems are not going to go away unless we address them. It's a 21-year-old discussion.
It's a lot longer than a 21-year-old discussion in this community.
Sir, I understand that. I haven't been here longer than that. This is my home. I love this city, but we have to address these issues. We have chronically mentally ill people that are walking the streets, under-medicated. They're targeted. They need to be housed. But we're not doing that. I'm just saying that's the bigger issue on the Strip.
You're throwing all these things out, and all I'm saying is, what is the customer that is going to be your single-room occupancy customer? What are you going to provide them? If they're a U.S. veteran and they go through all this background check, and you rent them a room and you give them that transition to a better home, that's perfect.
That's what it is.
But in your presentation, you went all off the rails. You went all around the park about every organization that you reach out to that you want to include. It sounds like you want this to be a social services center, and you have a big heart. I agree that. I have a heart for everyone, but in a land use issue, we have to make sure that we're not creating a bigger problem by trying to solve a small problem. And I'm not saying our veterans are very important. Believe me, they're very important. But we have to not create bigger issues for the residents of John S. Park, the residents of Beverly Green. They have kids. They bought into this living downtown, and we can't bring all these social services on Las Vegas Boulevard if that's what you're intending.
I'm not at all, and I apologize if that's the way you took my presentation, and maybe I wasn't clear enough. But we have people running around the city talking about community, talking about harmony. We've opened a plethora of bars and boutique restaurants but we haven't dealt with the real problems of what's going to keep people out of downtown or keep people, the negative elements downtown. So that's all I'm saying. This is a residence for United States veterans. I just happen to mention when people come in our lobby, we don't kick them out. We try to get them situated and picked up. The collaborating agencies I talked about are agencies that help that component that helps veterans only. So.
Thank you, and I'm going to move on with the debate here because I really don't want this going back and forth at this juncture. Just for purpose of disclosure, I sit on the board of directors for Goodwill. That was one of the agencies, but I still intend to vote on this matter because I don't think it puts me in any kind of conflict. I will say this, I'm a veteran myself. I think this is a tremendous project. I like seeing things like this. You're not going to solve every problem for all the homeless with one project, but it's going to take a concerted effort over years when this is just one cog or just one part of it to solve the issue, and I think it's a great step forward. And I think it's admirable that you're opening up your office. If there is a family that happens to stumble in there and needs help, that they're going to get referred out. I'm going to look around and see if there are any more comments from any of the commissioners. Commissioner Bonar, if you'd like to make one, and then we'll call for a vote.
For the application at hand, I'm going to support it. That's all I need to say.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion at this juncture.
Yes, Chairman, on item 54, SUP 51411, I would make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion to approve item number 54 carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Goins.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you all very much.
Mr. Chairman, this item goes forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
We're going to get back on track. We're going to start again with item number 47, which is VAR 51093. The applicant owner is Jorge Garcia Salido for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 4-foot distance separation from the primary dwelling where 6 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a 10.1 foot tall accessory structure, class 2, where 9 feet is the maximum height allowed for an existing 491 square foot accessory structure, class 2 garage at 1408 Newport Street in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting that an unpermitted garage be allowed to be located 4 feet from the principal dwelling where 6 feet is required, and allow it to exceed the height of the principal dwelling. Staff finds that there is no evidence of any unique or extraordinary circumstances that have been presented, as the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by purchasing a property with an illegal non-conforming structure. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant, please, if you'll state your name and address?
My name is Job Gonzalez. I'm here on behalf of the owner, Mr. Garcia. I helped Mr. Garcia put together these plans. He purchased this property about 2 years ago, and he's been trying to get it permitted ever since. I've seen applicants before you tonight apply for a zero variance on a 1,000-foot setback, and even a guy trying to put a cell tower in his backyard. Mr. Garcia put this, he purchased this property and the garage was already there. We've inspected it. It meets every code out there, but the separation, it's 2 foot short on the side and 1 foot on the height. That's all it is. I've seen other buildings in the area that are even closer to the property. On this one particularly, he got an inspector, saw it and brought it to his attention. He's been working with contractors and architects for the last 2 years trying to get this resolved. Mr. Garcia, at this point, if he had to tear it down, it would really hurt him financially, and it would make the house not meet the necessities of his family. That's why today we're asking if you could approve our application for our variance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter?
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. The applicant said it was built some years ago, and he's been trying to get it permitted ever since. there's got to be some real issues on this thing then. And the question is, what do the neighbors say? That's number one. The number two thing, and this, I keep bringing this up, I've been bringing this up for years and years and years. In order to, these structures, a lot of these structures require a class 1 wood. And the only place you get that is Houston Lumber and 84 Lumber down there. You can't get it at Lowe's and that. So if they go down to Lowe's and Home Depot and they get the lumber there and build the thing, and the lumber's already in there, how do they bring that up to code? Because it's always been a fascination for me. Do they tear it down stud by stud and replace it as they go? Do they double stud it? I'm always interested in that. I've never had an answer on that, by the way.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Bonner?
You know, I was going to defer to our local contractor to answer the fire safety. My question would have been about fire safety.
If I may, sir?
No, what the commissioners will ask you directly, you can answer. Go ahead, Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you, to answer Todd's question that he's always wondered about, there's other means and methods for achieving fire separation, be it with 5/8 type X, which is a rated drywall, and then stucco. There's thousands of different assemblies out there that have been UL tested, and you just have to find the one method that would apply to the assembly and to the construction methods of the way that it was constructed. So it is possible. And if not, the fire department would not approve it. They'll make them tear it down. I'm a little bit confused on this item. Is it because it looks like there's 2 accessory structures. Are we looking at both of those or just one?
Staff, if you can answer that one, please.
Just one at this time. The other one, I believe, is conditioned to be removed.
Okay.
Any other commissioners? How long, if you could come up, applicant? When did your client purchase the property?
Approximately 2.5 years ago.
And both structures were present?
Yes, over 10 years, at least. Breakers, when we applied for a building permit, they went back on the satellite pictures and they could see that it was there, going back more years than that.
On these type of actions, I think I'm a little bit more sympathetic to the homeowner who's an innocent purchaser. If there are building permit issues, I don't believe that's a land use issue, and I believe that's something that has to be meted out by the appropriate permitting authority, or however the case may be. But I would support approval of this matter. If there's no other comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you.
Chairman, if you'll just give me 1 second to review the condition. Okay, it appears that condition number 2 does require the accessory structure to be torn down that's along that adjacent to the northwest corner of the property. So on item 47 VAR 51093, I would make a motion for approval subject to all conditions. And condition number 3 states all necessary building permits shall be obtained and final inspection shall be completed in compliance with Title 19 as required by the Department of Building and Safety, but we don't have a time frame on that. Can I assign a 30-day time frame for them to submit to the building department and within 6 months, it has to be complete? Or is that creating a little bit too much work for the staff?
Through you, Chairman, the applicant has already submitted a building permit application at the end of this past May, so there's one in the system.
Can you repeat that?
The applicant has already submitted a building permit. It's pending the action on the variance. The applicant submitted it at the end of this past May.
Okay. Then can we at least add a condition that he has to pull the permit and final it out within a timely manner? Because without that, I don't think we have a mechanism to ensure that he actually would go through and finalize this.
And Mr. Chair, through you, on the condition, I'd say 6 months is an appropriate time in order to final the building permit.
So my motion stands with the added condition that the applicant must finalize his and acquire C of O on that building, or building final within a 6-month period from today.
Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item goes before City Council on December the 18th.
Moving on now to related items number 48 and 49. Item number 48 is VAR 51356. The applicant owner is BC Investment Trust for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 15-foot front yard setback where 30 feet is the minimum required for a proposed porte cochere at 5336 Elkhorn Road in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff is recommending denial. Item number 49 is SUP 51362 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,096 square foot accessory structure, Class 1. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is currently constructing a permitted accessory structure Class 2 on the property and is requesting to add a kitchen to the structure, thereby changing the accessory structure to a Class 1 type and requiring approval of a special use permit. The proposed Class 1 structure use meets all minimum standards and can be conducted in a harmonious manner with the surrounding residential uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the special use permit. The applicant is also requesting a variance to allow a proposed porte cochere to be constructed 15 feet from the front property line where 30 feet is the minimum required. The proposed deviation from the standard constitutes a 50% reduction of the required setback. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented. The applicant has created self-imposed hardship by proposing to build a porte cochere in the required front yard setback. In view of the absence of any hardship imposed by the site's physical characteristics, it is concluded that the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature and cannot be supported by staff. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please? And sir, if you'll state your name and address for the record.
My name is Brent Conrad, 5336 Elkhorn Road. I don't know that I've got anything different than what's been shown via the renderings. This one might be, well, I think it's the same one. But with the porte cochere, the driveway access, I guess the plan you have up there shows the difference in the what's allowed, the 30 feet or the 50 feet. We're behind a planter area already. It doesn't hamper the road, doesn't hamper any kind of sight line or anything else, and it's all in behind the planter area. With it being only 30 feet, you would basically run into your columns that hold your porte cochere up trying to get into the thing. So I think it enhances the look of the property, and I'd like your support.
Thank you, sir. Open it up for public comment. Does any members of the public wish to be heard on this matter? And gentlemen, there's 2 mics there, so if you guys will give us your name and addresses, please.
Don Newby, 5312 Elkhorn Road. I live 2 houses east of Brent, Mr. Conrad. I think it's a great thing. If you look at that corner on Bradley and some of those pictures, you're surrounded by block walls, and block walls. He's actually trying to enhance the beauty of that corner by providing himself with an aesthetically beautiful home. I work in the Ridges and some of the nicer communities in town, McDonald Ranch, TPC, and you see them all over all the time, these nice portico shares. I think it would enhance our neighborhood and that corner, to be honest with you, and we've been trying diligently for years to improve our area within there in that residential estate area, and I think we're doing a good job of it. And like he said, it's not going to be, he's got that wall that goes that brick or stone wall that's there. It's going to be sitting behind that anyways. It's not going to be any effect of any cars or anything. I think it's a great thing. I think it's going to improve the look of the house and the neighborhood. So I'm in support of it.
Thank you, sir. And sir, your name and address, please?
My name's Thomas Rose, and I live at 5301 Solar, 2 doors, 3 doors around the corner on Solar, right behind this property. And he's doing a nice job there, and whatever he wants to do, I'm all for him.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Bonar?
Yeah, I'm going to ask staff a question, if I may. The leading edge of this portico shear is the 15 feet that we're talking about rather than 30, but the space between the 15 and 30 is not a livable space. Is that correct? It's just the overhang.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Goins?
I think the neighbors are absolutely right. I live out in this area and go by there every day, so I concur exactly what he's talking about on the intersection out there. So, yep. You gonna keep that big horse out there? Out there? All right. I like looking at that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody, if you want to make a motion?
Thank you very much. Regarding item 48, my motion is for approval of VAR 51356, subject to all of staff's recommendations.
Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve item number 48 carries.
Item 49, SUP 51362, motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions.
Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve item number 49 carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, these items are final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you. Going on now to item number 50 is VAR 51385. The applicant owner is Albert Tadeo Kurashi Trust et al. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a proposed 35-foot tall, 232 square foot illuminated freestanding sign where a 24.5-foot tall, 118 square foot non-illuminated sign is allowed at 101 South Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, may we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, currently the site has an existing 22-foot tall, 102 square foot illuminated freestanding sign that did have permits issued, but a final was never conducted on that sign. Z7885, condition number 5, limited the height of all signage on this location to no taller than 18 feet. That condition of approval is still in place and has not been removed at this time. Staff is recommending that this item not be heard until such time as that review of condition is completed so that the item could be approved. If the council chooses to hear this item, the highest sign, the tallest sign that could be approved is 18 feet, as the condition of approval of Z7885 still applies to this location.
Thank you. And can we hear from the applicant, please? And sir, if you'll state your name and address.
Mike Weber at 3387 West Aquendo, representing Prudential Realty and the property owner. This, what staff just was talking about has been there for 27 years. And also, there's a sign that's on property right now that's 25 feet and it's illuminated. Yet, I'm going to be responsible for something that Citibank just put in a sign, Burger King just put in a sign not too long ago, and this should have been straightened out then. But yet they're saying to me, they called me on Wednesday, staff called on Wednesday, and told me that I needed to get a lot of paperwork ready, which I did, but I can't get signatures from Citibank and from Burger King, especially in that short a time, and Herbst. I mean, it's impossible. They sent me to a place in California for Citibank. I tried Citibank, I called them on a telephone, and they said, we don't get involved in pro or con in these matters. Now, do you think Burger King is going to give me a stamped approval saying, go ahead and put a sign in? The tenants in this shopping center, in the back portion of this shopping center, are dying. There's only 50% of them left. And the other 50% have banners up, and they're temporary. They don't know how much longer they can last. Burger King's right there in the front. That's their building. They've got plenty of signage. Citibank's even got an LED unit on it. And I didn't think those were supposed to be approved, but they got an LED unit. And then you move down to West Cliff and Sahara, where Herbst is. Jerry Herbst has got more signs on that corner than City Center. They're not going to give me a letter notarized saying that, oh, you can go ahead and put a sign in. Going north, there's a concrete fence that's 6 foot tall. Whoever built this sign, the original sign that they say they haven't got a record on, the original sign that was built, you can't even see the tenants. This person was fascinated with a rainbow and the word Rainbow Shopping Center. The tenants are starving because nobody knows they're there. 50% of the sign is just useless. So what we did was raise the sign 6 foot to clear the fence so people could start reading the tenants. And the tenants, I don't know where, I invited some tenants, but then I told the others not to come tonight. They are in a real hardship. There's a lady that runs a salon there. She's got 7 chairs in the salon, and 5 of them are vacant. She can't get an operator in there because there's no traffic. The worst part about this whole piece of property, it goes downhill and it's in the back. And no one knows they're there without some identification. And the identification, as you can see on this sign, it's so low and so squashed that you can't read it. So Wednesday, I was told to get these signed, and it's what I'd like to see. I have all the paperwork ready to give them. This is a second variance. I paid the next $830 to get it this far. That's 2 times for the variance that I was originally going for, and then the second variance that I'm trying to have done. And that's overcome something that's been in process or in the law for 27 years. It's real tough out there. And these clients probably, if this shopping center goes dead, now we've got another commercial center that's dead in this city. Prudential has encouraged this owner, and they live in Hawaii, to go ahead and put a new sign identifying the tenants that are on this property and give them some new life. Right now, life is short.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter? Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Juanita Clark with Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. And earlier, did you receive a faxed list of signatures signed on a petition?
Me personally, no, I can't say that I have, ma'am.
Okay, that came over this afternoon. And I only have a master copy because I didn't bring a copy other than the master, so I'll pass that over, I guess, for you to, I don't know, because that did come.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the clerk has that faxed.
The clerk does have that? Okay, excellent. I can see, oh, yes, I can see that she does. We'll need that back, Mr. Attorney. And I do have what I'm going to speak on here, but I'll pass it up later. I'm going to start with the last part of our statement this evening, because we concur with partly of what the gentleman is stating. We also have some further comments about that. We desire for every business pad in this center to be occupied and humming with customers. We want nearby businesses and for them to be successful. Several ideas have been mentioned by residents. Number one, to have no lighting on the larger sign. And number two, possibly lighting directed only at the name of the business. I don't know anything technically about how to do that, but I know that it can be done. However, the way it is today, we ask that you not approve this item. When this center was built, this sign was a major contention, that is the size of it, with the long-established neighborhood. We have presented by fax to you the petition of only some of the immediate neighborhood residents with strong feelings about the 13-foot added height and the 130 square footage with illumination impact, diminishing their quality of life on their property and resale of their property. Another major concern is caused by the Nevada Department of Transportation placement of the south ramp from Rainbow to US 95 so close to the neighborhood street of Westcliff, which many think is the southbound ramp of US 95, and gain confirmation, thank you, and gain confirmation after dark upon observing the headlight confirmation of the stream of 65-mile-per-hour northwestbound traffic to their left. We know NDOT considered closing Westcliff access to the neighborhood and all points south. Fortunately, this was prevented. The size and illumination of the variance sign with the other bright lights, the maze of traffic signals, and the appropriate large lighted green S-bound 95 ramp sign requires drivers unfamiliar with the area an unsafe number of sudden determinations to make. Charleston Neighborhood Preservation has met with NDOT people to point out concerns and make recommendations. Token safety measures were made for the northbound drivers seeking the southbound ramp. A great number of vehicles have crashed into the desert there, some almost reaching the barrier to US 95 and others now crashing into fences, gates, and so forth, which NDOT continues to rebuild or modify from time to time as an astounding number of highway speed crashes occur as these drivers observe a potential long ramp to US 95. Oops, I'm crashing through the stuff in the desert. And now note, if the driver is still alive, they're not on US.
Ma'am, I'm going to interrupt you. I'd like you to kind of keep this as to a land use issue.
I'm almost finished.
Thank you.
I'm almost finished. No safety measures have been taken for the southbound Rainbow drivers in the right-hand lane on the other side of Westcliff. We desire, and again, just to repeat what we said, we know that if any of you get in the right-hand lane headed north, and here we're talking about even the high one, sir, even the taller one, the one that is 13 feet higher and 130 feet square foot larger of the area. We know that if you get in the right-hand lane headed north on Rainbow from Charleston, and it's after dark, and you're seeking the 95 southbound, the sign and the glaring light distractions are tonight an understandable challenge up until dawn. And also because of the housing, there's a 6-foot wall fence all along there, and until you get up to the picture, I guess you can see what I can view here, is this correct? Okay, you are driving along Rainbow in the right lane, straight ahead of you, which you can't see there, is you can see the bank and the Burger King, and then you see the
Excuse me,
Terrible
ma'am,
Herbs.
it's been
And
about
the
4
very next
minutes. I'm
thing
going to,
is a West Cliffs traffic signal, and then is a southbound ramp. You cannot really see this sign, nor if it's lighted, would you be able to see it, and taller, could you even see it and get into this parking lot?
okay, thank you,
on-
ma'am. I'm
on
going
the
to cut you off at this juncture. We do have kind of some time limitations. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter?
Can I just,
No, sir.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. Commissioner Truesdale, am really interested to hear your comments on this, because I think the applicant makes a valid statement on that. And I wondered, those sign things are so squished in that you can't. How do these people back there advertise? I'm interested. But the other thing is, I'm for neon. And what I see there is neon on that light, and I think all these signs ought to be lit up. I disagree with Juanita on that, but I'd like to hear your opinion on that, because I don't see those people back there having anything at all.
Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Quinn?
Excuse me, Doug, what was the comment that you made at the beginning about holding this till a certain something happened? What exactly did you say?
what was that again, ma'am?
I asked Mr. Rankin what he said
Oh, I
about,
thought you were talking to me.
I'm sorry, yeah, Doug had made a comment about why he wanted to hold it for a while to.
The original zoning case, Z7885, which was approved in 1985, had a condition that limited all signage on this location to no taller than 18 feet. And that is a condition set by the city council. In order for this planning commission to approve something taller, a review of condition would have to be completed by the city council to remove that condition and allow a taller sign. As such, as it stands right now, no signs can be permitted there larger than 18 feet. The request for 35 feet cannot be acted upon by the council or by the commission, as there's a condition that prohibits signs over 18 feet. And that was placed on the original zoning application back in 1985. The applicant has indicated he has applied for the review of condition, but it's pending approval. This site is a commercial subdivision made up of multiple owners now. Those multiple owners need to be part of that application in some way, sign the application, indicate that they are giving the applicant the permission to make a application on their behalf in order to review that condition and reduce the height of or change the height limits of the signage as approved in 1985.
Thank you. And the other thing is, when I put in 101 South Rainbow into my computer and I go and then I drove up to that area, what concerns me about raising this sign and brightening it is it really backs into the east side of a neighborhood. I mean, right over the wall, which is a 6-foot wall, are all houses. And I think the higher it goes and the brighter it goes, it's going to be a hindrance to the people that live there. I'm just saying
Can I answer that?
What? No, I'm just giving you my opinion. You know, I'm not sure why no neighbors complained about it, and I don't understand it, but I think that the higher that it goes and the brighter that it goes, it's going to eliminate into people's backyards, and I'd like to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say about this.
It's only on for 4 or 5 hours a day, or at night.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking it's a little bit high.
But we got this LED just right next to it, and it flashes constantly.
Sir, I'm going to be acting as chair for a minute.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to direct any comments through me, if you would. And right now, we're still with the Planning Commission discussing this, so If we could...
I would just like, through you, Mr. Commissioner Moody, to hear what my other planning commissioners have to say about this sign. I just want their opinion as well as their advice. Thank you.
Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Vice Chair. I'm not sure if we need to obey this item or table this item, but if this action can't be taken tonight due to the review of condition, then I don't feel that there's any need to carry on and discuss this. But it sounds like they're still trying to figure that out.
Thank you, Commissioner. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Commissioner Truesdale?
We plan on acting on it tonight, or I can wait?
Well, you can go ahead and make your comments and...
Okay. These signs were listed at 18 feet because that was the absolute condition that the two gentlemen that developed this property made with those homeowners east of Rainbow. And it is a commercial subdivision, and I believe the sign limitations are within that commercial subdivision language as well. If you see Nunca, I guess it's Nunca, the little street that the circle that goes into the parking lot, the fire turnaround, if you put this sign higher and brighter, all it's going to do is impact those homeowners south of there. It's not going to provide any more access for your tenants. The only place you can come up with a sign that may be valuable to the tenants in the back there is working something with those three pad owners out front and combining a sign. But again, you have a height limitation. Those were always envisioned as office uses, not requiring the kind of signage that you are currently seeking, because possibly the people in the back or the subsequent owners of this property felt it was better as retail. But it was presented as commercial office when it was developed some 20-some years ago, that zoning action that you referred to. And sometimes these are commitments that property owners or developers make to neighbors, and they actually keep. Unfortunately, I think your client, when they acquired the property, maybe didn't read all the documents that were part of it. Most people read the zoning actions prior. They try to find out what's wrong with it. But a bigger sign with more little panels is not going to be the savior of, in my opinion, your tenant issues. But the homeowners east of there, because of the way the property sloped away, they spent more time banging doors in that neighborhood at the time, soliciting support for this property, than I've seen on a lot of developments today even. So I think for us to act on it, it should be a review of the condition and should be submitted by the property owners that are party to that condition.
I'm going to have to somewhat back up what Commissioner Truesdale is saying, because you do have that condition and you're going to have to, you got the wrong application, and I think you're stuck in a vicious cycle, because you got to have that review of condition, you got to get the other property owners to sign off of it. I don't think you're going to get them to sign off on it, and so you're kind of stuck. But what I would recommend to you, not trying to reconfigure everything, is I think you have two options at this juncture. One is to reconfigure your sign at the existing height, meaning drop the rainbow at the top and figure out something there. I don't think you would even have to come back in front of us if you were to do that, keeping the existing height. And the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Your second option is to accept an abeyance for 30 days and see if there's something you can work out to redo your application or whatever it may take to do it correctly, see if you can get the signatures of the other individuals. But my take on this is your best bet is to reconfigure your sign at the existing height. Because to me, I'm looking at this picture, you got that big rainbow, and that's, you know, that's part of your height. So why are you wasting your sign space with that rainbow? And it seems to me you could just redo your sign and keep that additional height. You don't even have to deal with us.
Can I comment to that?
Okay, and the city attorney agrees with me on that.
Can I comment?
Go ahead, sir.
That's not a bad idea. However, my client has paid for a couple of different variances here, and one variance is apparently not going to go forward. Am I correct? The original one?
And the point being, sir?
Point being, I was talking to staff earlier that said that there would be a, you know, I'd be able to give my client some money back.
I think it depends. I mean, if the review, there's two items here. There's a variance before the commission. The variance for the illumination is still required whether or not the height of the sign could be taller than 18 feet. That's within the code itself. So we do have a 200-foot separation distance from residential where you can see a sign if it's illuminated with direct illumination. So that variance still might be needed if the desire of the applicant is to illuminate the sign as proposed. The other application would be a review of condition to be heard by City Council to review the height of the sign to see if 18 feet should be permitted, is appropriate, or if maybe the council would find a different height might be appropriate at this juncture. That would be the other request. So there are two requests. If the applicant chooses not to move forward with a review of condition at this time, we can refund that money at this time because we haven't acted upon that because the application isn't complete. The variance we've acted upon already. We've brought it forward. We've publicly noticed this item, and it is being heard here tonight as part of that. I think the abeyance might be the best choice at this point to see what ultimately becomes of the other application for the review of condition.
So if I redesign the sign at the present height that it is and make more tenant space, leave out this big rainbow, I could.
My understanding is yes, as far as the sign, but apparently there is a variance, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rankin, there is a variance required for you to illuminate the sign. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on how he redesigns it. I mean, yeah, it's illuminated now, so I don't know. I need to review a couple other items on this. First of all, if the sign was illuminated under a code in 1985 that permitted illumination of signs within 200 feet of residential property, it may be a legal non-conforming sign. Legal non-conforming signs can be reconstructed within their own space, the size and the height. They can do that. And also, they have a ability to illuminate themselves as they were illuminated previously. I don't know what the sign code was in 1985, and I would have to do some research to gather that information. I think an abeyance is probably the best option here in order to review those items and see where we're at.
I agree. That would be my preference. Do I have anybody care to make a motion on this?
Well, the motion will either be to obey it or to deny it. So do you prefer to obey it?
Well, I'd like to move forward with the remodel of the sign and build them a new sign, because this is archaic. Build them a new sign that's 18 feet tall with more tenants.
So that means we'll obey it? Okay, so we're looking at number 50, variance 51385. We're going to make a motion for abeyance of that application for how many days? For 30 days. That's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please post. The motion to obey item 50 to the December 10th, 2013 meeting carries. Moving on now to item 51, which is VAR 51428. The applicant owner is Elizabeth Johnson for possible action on a request to to allow a side yard setback of 3 feet where 10 feet is required, and a 15-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required for a proposed garage conversion at 6541 Ashley Vale Street in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, may we have the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting convert an existing accessory structure Class 2 side-loaded detached garage into habitable space and construct a 495-square-foot addition connecting the existing garage to the main dwelling unit. As a result of the conversion and addition, the existing garage will become a part of the main dwelling unit and must adhere to the setbacks of the dwelling unit. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. Richard Gallegos, 5096 West Post Road, here on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'd like to first start off by submitting a approval from the Homeowners Association to the clerk.
Thank you.
For the proposed request. Also, we'd like to submit a petition from our neighbors. 19 out of the 20 neighbors have signed our petition, again, in favor of our request. And with our request specifically, I'd like to go to the overhead. If we're going to ask the engineer to quickly go there. Mr. Chairman, this is the location of the property, bounded on three sides by 3 streets. The principal dwelling, as you can see here, pointing in the overhead. The existing garage, as part of our application tonight, is located here with the addition spanning between the 2 existing structures. One of our reasons tonight is really our hardship is this existing garage, as you can see on the overhead, is really tucked back behind the house by over half the width of the garage, and it's only about 10 feet away. So it's very impractical to actually get a vehicle in the garage, unless you're a moped, perhaps, and can drive creatively. The other problem we have with this structure as a garage, as you can see with our driveway here, we would have to enter the driveway, make a sharp left, enter the garage. The trick is going to be backing out about 50, 60 feet straight, make a left, back out left into Abbeville, and then continue with the drive. So this is really an extreme hardship for us. We feel a higher and better use is to convert the garage to habitable space and add on to the dwelling unit. And really with that, we ask for your approval and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Now open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Bonar?
Yeah, I was going through this before coming in, and the thing that's most impressive to me is the number of neighbors that agreed to this. It was amazing. 19 out of 20 is fantastic, and the homeowners association as well. In a time like this, I'm not even sure I'd waste much more time on a debate, because if they like it, we should like it, and I would approve this item.
Credit goes to the property owner for pursuing all of her neighbors. So.
Okay. Commissioner Moody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Bonar. Pretty extraordinary to get the support of so many neighbors as well as the HOA. I think the applicant has met its burden of showing a unique and extraordinary circumstance based on the strange, very strange position of this garage, and therefore my motion is going to be in support of this application.
Okay, is that your motion now?
Motion is for approval of VAR 51428, subject to all conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve item 51 carries.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you. Item 52 is SUP 51238. The applicant is Fast Bucks, owner is North Shore Plaza LLC, for possible action on a request for a major amendment of a previously approved special use permit, SUP 6378, to relocate an existing auto title loan use in the same commercial subdivision, and a waiver to allow a 1,050 square foot area where 1,500 square feet is the minimum area required at 8370 West Cheyenne Avenue, Suite 109, in Ward 4, Councilman Anthony. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, who can have a report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant indicates that the property owner, the landlord, relocated the applicant within the shopping center sometime earlier this year. However, this shopping center is located on several separate parcels and is not part of a commercial subdivision, and the new suite would be located on a different parcel with the new address of 8370 West Cheyenne Avenue, Suite 109. The relocation in itself can be supported. However, the applicant's original special use permit had a waiver that allowed them to operate in a 1,250 square foot space. Their new location is on an even smaller at 1,050 square feet, and staff is unable to support the increase in the intensity of the waiver, as no justification has been offered to support the request. So staff is recommending denial of the application. Please note we have received additional protests since publication.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road. If you can look at the exhibit that I have on the overhead, please. Thank you. This is the commercial center that Doug was speaking about here on Cheyenne and Durango. When this center was approved in around 1996, 1997, this applicant came forward and got a use permit to occupy a site, a suite, I should say, right over here in this location, closer to Cheyenne. They operated there for just about 13 years, smoothly and with no issues. And at the time, earlier this year, at end of last year, O'Reilly Auto Parts came in and needed some space, wanted to go into this center, but they needed more space than was available. So the applicant worked with the landlord, which we appreciate very much, and went into same center, and I understand the commercial subdivision argument, but in the same overall center, they moved over to this location right there. And hence the reason why we're before you tonight now asking for the reduction in square footage and to relocate them here. The way this came up is when they applied for their new business license at the new location. Of course, at that point, they checked, and there was no land use in place. However, they had already moved into that location, and O'Reilly has now gone into this location, and I am pleased to say that this center is completely full now, so I do think that that's one good thing. So because this use has been here for so long and we're just merely relocating it over across the parking lot to here, we would ask that you consider this favorably, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Now open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, question for Brad Jervik. Wanted to catch your attention. Is there any mechanism at all that we can put in place to expunge the old entitlements for the old space with
Another use is already in there.
I think it's a good question. In circumstances like this, we had former Councilman Mack move a pawn shop from one location to another recently, leaving the same situation, 2 use permits really close to each other. I haven't ever discussed it with planning before. Perhaps after this meeting we get together and see if there's something we can draft, but I can't think of something off the top of my head.
I think the solution might be maybe a 12 to 15 month review period. And so if the other, I believe they expire on their own after 1 year, if I'm not mistaken. And if they do expire after 1 year on their own, having a review period, let's say 15 months out, might solve that issue. meaning if the other entitlement hasn't been extinguished, you're going to lose the one on your current spot. So I think that would be the easy solution,
Could I just make one comment on this one?
certainly.
I actually think the answer is even easier for this item. There's another use that has already taken the place of where they were. So it's my understanding that you can't have dual uses in the same address. So once, and I have another item after this, okay? But once this item moved over here and O'Reilly Auto Parts came in and took over this space, which they have done and they are there today, you could no longer have that use permit existing at that site because it's now an auto parts store.
And let me add to this, the use permit itself is requested to be relocated from the old location to the new location. There's a use permit in place at the old location, or was. It's now been taken over by a parts store, and they're now requesting to move that location, which Title 19 permits as part of a, actually you can move within a location as a minor review. It doesn't require public hearing, but in this case it did require the public hearing because the use requires 1,250 square feet is approved. They got smaller, so it made it a public hearing that we brought as a major review. So the use itself is moving. They're actually taking this special use permit and requesting that it move from one location to another.
Mr. Rankin, I guess what Mr. Sloman's question was is if they open up this new location, is there any way that the old location could be brought back? And if that's the case, this is what we're trying to guard against. Is that correct, Mr. Sloman?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. And just to get clarification, I like the way that, not saying it's appropriate for this particular matter, but other matters that might come before us in the near future, your suggestion about putting a 12 to 15 month review. Why would you say 15-month versus just 12-month?
Is that a?
Yeah.
He's
I
looking
don't know if
at
that's a
me now.
question to you or not, if you would accept that.
No, it was actually directed towards the chair.
I appreciate it, and I'm going to have the director make a couple comments on this.
Just briefly, in reference to the request to expunge the previous special use permit, there have been cases for special use permits where we have placed such a condition on the application. I believe there was a billboard case where we did so, and there have been other cases. So if it is the desire of Planning Commission to expunge the previous special use permit that existed for the use, you could place that as an added condition upon this application.
Perfect, we would accept that.
Thank you, Director. Any other comments? Commissioner Moody?
Thank you very much. And there we are, item 52, SUP 51238. The motion is for approval, subject to the additional condition to expunge the previous use.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve item 52 carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Item 53 is SUP 51407. The applicant is Super Pawn LLC. The owner is Robert Jankovics for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed pawn shop with a waiver to allow a 750-foot distance separation from a similar use where 1,000 feet is required at 1700 South Main Street in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, may we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to relocate a legal non-conforming pawn shop use currently located at 515 East St. Louis Avenue to a new location at 1700 South Main Street. The proposed location will require a waiver as the use is located 750 feet from the existing pawn shop, which has a legal non-conforming use entitlement, which will not expire for 1 year upon cessation of use. Staff is recommending approval as the minimum distance separation cannot be met. Please note we've received we're recommending denial. Please note we've received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant, please?
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here tonight on behalf of Superpon. And again, if you can look at my aerial, please. Thank you. As staff pointed out, many of you may know Superpon has operated for 19 years in this location, which just sits right off of Las Vegas Boulevard on Oakey. The owner of the overall center, I will refer to them as the Culinary, they have used that center for multiple purposes, office purposes, and it's my understanding that on a going forward basis, they want to incorporate some healthcare related uses for their members in that site. Being a tenant in there for 19 years, we were happy to stay, but because they have chosen to use that full center for their purposes, they no longer want to renew our lease, and for that matter, which I will get to in a minute, have any type of pawn shop reopen in that location. So our next step was to relocate into the area. There is a code provision currently in effect in Title 19, which says that you cannot have a pawn shop on Las Vegas Boulevard between Sahara and Charleston. So with that in effect, we then, again, wanted to stay in the area and looked for an appropriate location, and we found this location that is before you tonight, which is 1700 Main Street. The building exists today. And what we wanted to do, because I was present for the hearing that was referenced earlier with a relocation of a pawn shop where they wanted to expand, that was over on Sahara and Jones. So in an effort to try to give this commission some comfort level when we move, and we too want that same comfort level that a pawn shop won't go into our old location, we worked with the Culinary Union and got a letter from them, which I will submit for the record. It's also part of the land use application that we provided, and I'd just like to read it very quickly. It says, it's to Director Fagg, and it says, for 19 years, Superpon operated its store at 515 East St. Louis. This location was within our campus of buildings that are mostly used for healthcare services for Culinary Union participants. We are expanding these healthcare services and will use the building at 515 East St. Louis consistent with that purpose. As a result, there will be no further extensions or renewals of the lease with Superpon. We understand Superpon must relocate their store to a building nearby, and we understand that they may need a waiver for that. And this is the most important point, I think. We are no longer going to permit the building at 515 East St. Louis Street to be used as a pawn shop. This letter reflects our intention to abandon and discontinue the pawn shop use at that location once Superpon moves out of the building and into the new location at 1700 Main Street. Once Superpon leaves the building on our campus, we will not reestablish the use for 1 year, nor will we seek an extension of time to reestablish a pawn use in that building. That is signed by Kathy Silver, who is the president. Again, that's under the ownership of the property where we would be moving from. We got that letter in the hopes that it would give this commission and perhaps staff some comfort that we're trying to cover all bases, recognizing that the underlying property owner is the one who has that permit, if you will, or that ability to open a pawn shop, that their intention is no longer to do that. Their intention is to use it for healthcare services. And so we want to move to our location. It is 750 feet away, certainly farther away from the neighborhood, which, as you can see on this is the Beverly Green neighborhood, and we are moving farther away from that neighborhood, which I also think is a positive. And the only other final thing I would say is I just wanted to show you, even though it's just a use permit and not necessarily a design review, but I did want to show you what their ideas are for the look of the building. And we did actually seek input from the neighbors who live in Beverly Green, and they actually provided some really positive input, and we changed our color scheme based upon their input. And this is what we would like the building to look like going forward. So with that, we would ask for your approval of this application. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll now open it up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public portion comment and open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, it sounds like the culinary has all intentions of shutting this down and not allowing that use to go in this neighborhood, which will make all the residents at Beverly Green exceptionally happy. However, I'm still just trying to see if there's anything that we can do to keep that use from going over there. I don't know. I'd like to hear from.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just respond to Commissioner Schlottman's question.
Certainly.
This application, this special use permit, is slightly different than the previous one that we just heard, in that the pawn shop in its current location was established prior to the requirement for a special use permit. So there is nothing here for us to expunge in this case. We had a similar situation approximately a year ago for a pawn shop location on Jones that wished to relocate. And we had the danger there of the same situation, basically a pawn shop coming in next door and being able to relocate into former space. So unfortunately, I don't know that there's a condition that we can apply to this to prevent that from occurring. Other than what we did with the other one, we put a review of condition to review it in 1 year to see if another pawn shop tried to relocate there.
Okay, thank you.
Could I offer just something for you to consider? As many of you may know, pawn shop uses are only allowed, additional pawn shop licenses, are only allowed if the population increases. And so you wouldn't have a brand-new pawn shop go into that location because there wouldn't be a license available. If one was going to go in and the culinary went back on the letter that they've submitted saying they don't want to put a pawn shop use in there, it would be the relocation of an existing license from somewhere else, which they tend not to, they like to be where they are and not go through it, but.
Chairman.
The other thing before you start, Mr. Slotman, it would seem to me as well that if the culinary union was to go back on their letter, they still have to come in front of us, if I'm not mistaken, of course, and we would probably all be here to remind them of their letter that they wrote. I don't know if that would be copacetic or not.
Mr. Chairman, as this is the culinary location is a legal non-conforming use, they have 1 year to reestablish that use. That is not done as a public hearing, that is an administrative action. So they would not appear back before you. That's why the director indicated that a review of condition of this SUP to see if such an occurrence had occurred before this planning commission could be an assurance that maybe at least you can hear that portion of it. I'm not sure if Superpond could control that or not, as the culinary owns the property and the entitlements therein.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, Jennifer, just one comment. We do know that other people would want to go into that location, as we've seen over the past 2 years, and there was a tremendous amount of people from the community that come out upset about that, so.
And interestingly enough, culinary was one opposing the use next door too, yeah.
Any other comment from the commissioners? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Chairman, on item number 53, SUP 51407, I would make a motion for approval, considering the facts that it is taking down that neighborhood and putting it into more of a commercial neighborhood. And, you know, it's taken away those uses that the neighbors don't want in that particular area. Hopefully, the culinary stands behind what they're saying, and we won't have to worry about another use coming into that building. So that is my motion.
Thank you. Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve item 53 carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Item 55 is SUP 51423. Applicant is Bell's Market. The owner is Shoshani Sabah for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off-sale use within an existing 2,980 square foot general retail store at 720 West Owens Avenue in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, may we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use is in conformance with the minimum special use permit requirement of Title 1912, and therefore staff is recommending approval. If approved, staff would like to add the following condition. All signage shall be permitted and meet minimum code requirements within 30 days of final approval. Please note that additional letters of protest and an electronic comment have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant, please? And gentlemen, if you'll give me your names and addresses.
J. Matos, 897 Eureka Falls, 89052, representing the Shoshani family.
Jimmy Shoshani, 720 West Owens Avenue.
Thank you. Do you agree to the conditions
Yes, we do.
and the additional condition as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add other than what's in the report?
Just, Chair, thank you for having us here, and Vice Chair and Commission. The Shoshani family, owners of Bell's Market and Las Vegas Boulevard and Oakey, as well as White Cross, they're known for complying with all city regulations. We've noticed on the application that there was a couple things that might have not been up to code, and we informed the Shoshani family, and they're going to get those up to code right away. Also, they clean up the community. They're known for cleaning graffiti, walking through the community and picking up garbage, and very involved in the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter? And gentlemen, if I could get you to
Thank you,
step
Todd
back a little
Farlow,
bit.
240 North 19th Street, and I'm on those, all that sign clutter. That's the only thing I'm griping.
And we have two mics. If you two gentlemen could just move back a little bit and let folks line up at the different mics, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead,
John
sir.
Graves, I'm representing Family Food. My clients are here, the two owners, and they'll speak briefly after me. But we can get kind of a tight shot here. My address is 601 South 6th Street, Las Vegas. You can see that in this photograph, this Google map, this is Bell's Market here in the yellow. And hard onto that, right next to it, is Family Food, which my clients own. Down here, this is in about a 2-block area. Down here is Barlow Grocery Store, which sells liquor. Over here is Mario's West Side Market, which sells liquor. Up here is 7 Seas, which sells liquor. And then, of course, there's my client that sells liquor. Across the street is a bar that sells liquor. So you've got 5 different locations that sell liquor there in about a 2-block area. Here is a picture of my client's establishment here. This is Family Food. This is the West Side Market, Mario's, that sells liquor. This is Barlow. Are you picking this up? Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Barlow that sells liquor. 7 Seas that sells liquor. And then you've got across the street, the Elks Lodge that I'm informed actually sells liquor there in a bar. One of the issues that we have is that we don't feel that the commission should consider the approval of this permit based upon a store that's going to be opening up right next to this store. You can see that in this area here, we have basically quite a few liquor stores. And I think that we've got enough liquor stores in this particular area in a 2-block radius, if you will. There's 4 of them, 5 of them that sell, and you've got bars as well. We feel further that it's going to reduce business in the area for all these businesses. and that it's a residential area, essentially. You can see, I'll put this back up here, that it's essentially a residential area. And of course, the sale of liquor, of course, contributes a lot to the incidence of crime. And we feel that there are plenty of liquor stores in the area. We also feel, as a minor matter, that there are 3 parking spaces that they don't have. And we hope that the people that come to their store are not going to be parking in our area. We would ask last that if the commission is inclined to consider this permit, that it be considered from only 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. My clients have been in this area since 2001, and these individuals that are right next door are applying now, and we've had ours for 12 years. We feel like the area is saturated and that it shouldn't be approved.
Thank you. Sir, if I get your name and address, please.
Famer Georges, 1602 H Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89106, owner, partner of the family Food 2. We're refusing this subject, your chairman, because we are neighbor next to each other. I mean, there's no need to have a liquor license next to each other, like neighbors, like wall between us, not even 20 feet or far from each other, like, you know. So what is that going to do for the community? We selling liquor already, been for 12 years, been selling liquor over there. And I don't know what's need to be have another liquor license next to each other, not even 20 feet further from each other, you know what I'm saying? Plus, is residential areas over there. Instead of that, we can build somewhere else, a liquor store, that'd be fine with us, you know, I don't have no objection for that.
Thank you. Sir, your name and address, please.
Salar Shoshani, 1602 S Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89106. Just don't want to take your time.
Excuse me, sir, I'm going to ask you to state your name and address again and kind of speak up because we couldn't hear you through the mic.
I'm sorry. Salar Shoshani, 1602 H Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89106. Don't want to take your time. I just want to agree with my partner, whatever he said. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to be heard? Sir, if you could state your name and address, please.
James Gordon, 713 West Monroe Avenue, and I own the property there, and I just think the last thing we need in the community is another liquor store. I got children, I'm buying various properties over there, and I rent to people in the community, and the last thing I need is a drunk person laying out, and the community is bad enough as it is. And to add fuel to a fire, that's not what we need. So I'm against it.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to be heard? This is for public comment, sir. Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion and open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Truesdale?
I just was going to clarify. Are you related to the gentleman who runs the business next door?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that. We had an item before us earlier today in an area of town that had 80-some, or I don't know how many proposed or purported liquor establishments. And the question is saturation. What point does saturation become the question, and not just competition? This is an appropriate land use in this area. I mean, it was a retail, or is a retail corner, convenience store. You know, everybody we've argued about different things over in this area, but you're bringing business and it's competition. So I think if we're voting strictly on a land use basis, it's a compatible use. If we're voting on something else, then it may be something else. But I just wanted to clarify that you guys have a real good relationship, and, you know, maybe it's not working out right now, but, you know, maybe you can get it back together.
Commissioner Goins?
Thank you, and thanks, Mr. Matos, for we spoke very late last night, but thank you anyway. But like Mr. Truesdale said, this is a land use, and it is appropriate. I know that these two businesses do abut each other, and what I find is interesting from one side of the is you're so close, but yet you would think you guys maybe would join your store and make that corner a whole nice thing by blending it into one business. And that would mitigate all that, and we wouldn't have to sit up here and play Family Feud, and I'd have to quit acting like I'm Steve Harvey up here tonight, and I'm going to have to determine which one of y'all going to get this. That being said, it is a land use issue, and I know the Attorney Graves keeps mentioning liquor store, but I wanted Mr. Shoshani to say you've already got beer and wine.
Yes,
so
sir.
you're going to occupy a small space. Could you say how much of that space is going to be dedicated to the sale of the hard liquor?
It's going to be 10% or less of the square
So out
footage
of,
of the
and
store.
your square footage of your building again?
Is about 2,900 square feet.
So out of,
And the spot it's going to be is going to be only behind the counter. It's not going to be on the store floor.
Yeah,
It's a
so-
small
so-
designated area behind the
it's a
counter.
small percentage of your total overall, so you're not opening a liquor store,
Not at
are you?
all. No, it's totally just an accessory to
You're
our
not,
existing
you're not
business.
selling cases and kegs and your store?
It's not
Right.
going to be a full liquor store, not even
So-
close.
Correct.
Right. So with that, I will follow staff's recommendation and make a
Byron.
motion for approval. Oh,
If I may.
okay.
Chairman. Yes, Bell's has been around long and
Yep.
been coming to Planning Commission for a while, and you would think that you would at least have enough courtesy to pick the signs up that's fallen down on your site that were put up with rebar illegally in front of your spot. I mean, how many times are we going to keep approving these special use permits when you can't even follow our city ordinance on signs?
Can I respond?
Do you want a response,
I
Commissioner?
would like a response.
Please, go ahead and respond.
We do have multiple stores around the city, and we do comply with code. You know, the sign, the picture of the sign on the floor, once we notice that it's there, we go out. Of course, we do go out and pick it up. You know, we do our best to keep our properties clean at all times. When we notice something like that, we definitely remove it. The signs are put up by the vendors, so, you know,
Okay.
when they put it up with the rebar, we don't select what they're putting it up with, but if we notice, like the picture there, something on the floor, we do go get it, and we will comply with all code for signage and everything.
Okay, I'm going to ask the chair just for a couple more seconds. However, that's not a permanent sign. Your vendors can't just go out and set up signs that aren't permitted.
Okay? I understand.
Every sign on your property has to be reviewed by the planning department. You have to have a building permit.
Okay. Yes, sir, we'll comply with that.
And in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months,
All
you're not
times.
going to comply with it because you have your entitlements and you're going to think we're not coming by. I see this happening all the time. So the only way that I would support this item tonight is if there is a review. And for every applicant that comes in with these trashed out sites with signs all over the place.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I know there is an added condition that was asked to be put onto that. Can we have that condition read?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chairman. All signage shall be permitted and meet minimum code requirements within 30 days of final approval.
Yep. So in my motion for approval, I wanted to add that additional condition, which should address the issue with the sign. With all due diligence to my good friend from Ward 3, I will go ahead and bring this back and review it in 12 months. And just to keep you all honest, why don't we just bring it back before the commission instead of making it administrative? That would be my motion on item 55, SUP 51423, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve item number 55 carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will go before City Council on December the 18th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. and
Thank you.
Commission. Thank you, and Vice Chair.
The next items are item 56 and 57. They are not related items and they are separate items, but I'm going to go ahead and read them together because I think the issues are similar for both items. So beginning with item 56, which is SUP 51429, the applicant owner, Downtown Carson LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,180 square foot tavern limited use with a shared 2,720 square foot courtyard at 124 South 6th Street, suite number 100 in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Item 57, which is SUP 51430, the applicant owner is Downtown Carson LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,920 square foot tavern limited use with a shared 2,720 square foot courtyard at 124 South 6th Street, suite number 150 in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have a report, please, on both items?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed tavern limiteds, so the first of the two tavern limiteds is composed of a two-story establishment made up of approximately 1,410 square feet of gross floor area for the first floor bar area, 1,070 square feet of gross floor area for the rooftop bar area and stairwell, and 2,720 square feet of gross floor area for the shared interior courtyard and proposed outdoor seating area. The second proposed tavern limited is composed of a two-story establishment made of approximately 3,920 square feet of interior entitlement area and 2,720 square feet of outdoor seating area shared between the interior courtyard and 410 square feet of outdoor dining area located in the public right-of-way. Staff recommends approval of these requests as they directly meet the objectives of the Entertainment Overlay District and the Downtown Centennial Plan Fremont East District by revitalizing the surrounding neighborhood. Please note that additional electronic comments have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Chairman, I just wanted to make the note that I'll be abstaining on this item, or both of these items, as I'm under contract for these two particular projects through the client.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can we hear from the applicant, please?
Good evening, John Curran, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. I'm here on behalf of the applicant to briefly describe the project and answer any questions you guys might have. We're really excited about the John E. Carson project. It is a former motel, which we are redeveloping into a mixed-use retail and office space. It's on the northwest corner of 6th and Carson, so along the same block as Commonwealth and La Comida. As such, we think it is harmonious with existing and current and future uses for the area. Further, it promotes the pedestrian-friendly environment in the neighborhood. Special use permits for these two establishments will provide residents and visitors to downtown new and exciting places to eat, drink, and socialize. We think it contributes to the sort of urban renaissance downtown is enjoying. We are in final negotiations with two great restaurateurs and operators with a proven track record of success in Las Vegas, and we are quite excited to bring them to the John E. Carson. Having said all that, I respectfully request your vote for approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Okay, I'll open this up for public comment for both.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240
Excuse me a
North
minute,
19th
Mr.
Street.
Farlow.
On the
I'm going to
news.
open it up, excuse me a moment. I'm going to open it up for public comment on items 56 and item 57, bearing in mind they are separate items. Go ahead, sir, and state your name and
Thank you.
address
Todd
again.
Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On the news, I saw that the applicant moved the people, the residents out, found housing for them, and helped them in the move and that, and they did the right thing. That was, and I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion. Open it up for comment amongst the commission or a motion.
I have a comment, and if no one else has a comment, I'll make a motion. So, Mr. Kern, was it your idea to put this elevator in so people with disabilities can go upstairs and enjoy that outdoor, lovely air and have a cigar and still be in a wheelchair?
Well, I do agree it is a lovely upstairs outdoor space, but no, I can't take credit for the elevator.
Well, would you please thank your owner for me, because it's noted, and I appreciate it very much, because there are neighbors of yours that didn't follow suit with that. So
Certainly, Commissioner
I do
Quinn.
appreciate it very much. This is a great project. I know this is your first rodeo. You did a good job. And if none of my commissioners have anything else to say, I'll be happy to follow staff's recommendations for approval on this.
Commissioner Quinn, Commissioner Truesdale.
This is a great little motel. It's been there for years. And I'm glad that Mr. Farlow mentioned that the owners found the residents 2 places to live. But this and other properties along Carson and that section of East Fremont that we're renovating is displacing the housing stock that did meet the needs of our single-room occupancy. So when we talk about what we're doing in other parts of downtown and where we're going to put those single-room occupancy properties, we may be putting the same problems that we are wanting to get rid of here down in somebody else's neighborhood. And that's what all the great conversation down on East Fremont and all of this socializing doesn't seem to address is we want a cool place to party, we want a cool place to hang out and smoke cigars, we want a cool place, but we really don't want the homeless bothering us. We don't want those single-room occupancy veterans bothering us. So we'll give some money to a bunch of nice organizations, and we'll move them elsewhere. That isn't how we solve it in this city. We should solve it by trying to find a solution for these problems. I'm going to support your project, and as I've supported most of the projects downtown, but we lose sight of this is where all that was. Now we're moving it somewhere else. And I guess south of Charleston's the first opportunity for us. So, thanks.
If I may respond.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's all right.
Commissioner.
We're good.
Commissioner Quinn, I think you
I'm
had
going
a
to make the
motion.
motion for approval on number 56, SUP 51429, a special use permit following all staff's recommendations, and my motion is for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please post.
Thank you, and I'm also going to
Just
make
a minute,
a...
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
This item will go forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
And just for the record, item number 56 was approved. Going on now to item 57.
Item number 57 is SUP 51430. I'm going to make the motion for approval following all staff's recommendations, and thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I do have
Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a revised condition on number 57 to add a date stamp as submitted to the clerk already. It's just to reflect on condition number 8, an additional date stamp of the floor plan of October 10th, 2013.
Thank you. Do you accept that condition?
Yes.
Okay, and just going back to item 56, I forgot to mention the abstention of Commissioner Slotman. So, Commissioner Quinn, your motion for item 57 is to approve?
Is to approve following staff's recommendation with that added condition. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Quinn, you need to withdraw your motion and then just
Okay.
and then redo it on item number 57 with the additional Was it 57? Okay.
Okay. Are you ready? Thank you. I'm going to make a motion of item number 57, SUP 51430, with an added condition,
Revised condition number
revised condition number
8.
8, and following all staff's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve item number 57 carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Slotman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item also goes forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
Thank you. Item number 61 is SUP 51472. The applicant is Dollar Loan Center. Owner is Rainbow Business Center, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed auto title loan use with a waiver to allow a 125-foot distance separation from a residential property where 200 feet is required at 651 North Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 130, in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff is recommending denial. Staff, will you have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends denial of the requested special use permit and accompanying waiver as the proposed auto title loan use fails to comply with the minimum special use permit requirements of Title 19 and therefore cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmoniously incompatible with the surrounding land uses. Please note, additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please? And sir, if you'll state your name and address.
Dave Gallion, 8860 West Sunset Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89148. I know staff's recommendation is for denial based on distance from residential. This is a very large parcel. Take a look at that. Where our office would be located roughly right here. With that being said, although the 125 feet is from the parcel line here to residential across Washington Avenue, we in reality would be closer to 850 feet from the closest residential area. To actually get to access into the residential area is over 1,000 feet from our actual front door. By the time you leave the parking lot, go down the sidewalk, go through a crosswalk, go into the entryway, it's 4 times, 5 times, what the distance really needs to be. There are no other uses around, so we easily meet that. It's a nice little office area. We're on a corner. We're away from everybody. It's off, right off the freeway. And if approved, we have no problems with staff recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. This is an unusual parcel, and usually if it was closer to a neighborhood, I would certainly follow the distance separation, but this is much farther than it is. It really does not encroach on any neighbors, and if no one else has anything else to say about it, I'm going to offer a recommendation for approval on this item.
I think you mean a motion for approval?
Yeah,
Okay.
unless if someone else has something to say.
Seeing none, your motion.
Seeing none, my motion for number 61, SUP 51472, giving it much consideration, is for approval, following all staff's recommendation this evening, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item goes forward to the December 18th City Council meeting.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
Thank you, you too. Going to the Director's Business portion of the agenda, beginning with item number 63, is DIR 50800, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for discussion and possible action to amend the Planning Commission rules and regulations. May we have the staff report, please, with no recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, as you will recall, we had this discussion item on the September Planning Commission agenda. There was a request by a member of City Council to consider amending the bylaws for the Planning Commission to allow the chair to make a motion on items on the agenda. The current bylaws prohibit this specifically, and so the request was to somehow allow that. I have had a number of comments from various members of the Planning Commission who would not be in support of that request. However, another request that has been made is that possibly for consideration, having the chair defer to the vice chair on items within that person's ward, allow the vice chair to run the meeting during those items, which would allow the chair to then make a motion. And so that's one possible alternative for you all to consider in your discussion tonight. I looked at the existing bylaws. I don't know that it would prohibit us from doing that now. However, if that's the direction that you'd like to go, I would recommend that we do amend the bylaws, and that would require one additional meeting for us to do that if we want to follow the procedures for amending the bylaws.
Thank you. Open this matter up for public discussion. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public portion of this and open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Moody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for staff before I make my comments, and that is, how does City Council handle the same rule under their bylaws?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the City Council is slightly different in that the mayor does not represent a specific ward. And so therefore, they don't have quite the same situation we do, where the chair rotates and the chair typically represents one of the wards.
And what about when the mayor is not acting as mayor and another city councilman steps in?
I can answer that. That is not allowable. As long as the mayor is present, the mayor is the mayor. The only time the mayor pro tem takes over is when the mayor is unavailable or out of town.
Okay, so the same rule applies to the pro tem?
I'm sorry?
It applies equally in the situation of a pro tem mayor?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, would they, in that situation, are they prevented from making a motion?
No, the mayor can make motions when the mayor is the mayor. When the mayor pro tem is acting as the mayor pro tem can make motions.
All right. So just a few comments on this. Throughout the past year, when I've acted as chair, when the chair was either absent or abstained, I realized there is a disadvantage in those situations when you can't make that motion. I think that the making of a motion itself is an important tool for members of the Planning Commission. It's one of those ways that we have of sending a message to our other planning commissioners about how we feel on a particular item, and can educate some of the other planning commissioners about items they may not be quite as familiar with. I'm not as experienced as some of the other planning commissioners. I know that this probably was put in place because of concerns of abuse, but I've not seen anything, nor would I expect any of my fellow planning commissioners to, if they were in that position, to abuse that in any way. I think that allowing the chair allows some type of a uniformity amongst the commission. I think it would help avoid some confusion, especially for someone who may not regularly attend and appear in front of the Planning Commission. This would simply delete 3 words from our current rules and regulations, which would be except the chair with regard to making motions. Our rules and regulations allow us to revise and amend our rules from time to time as we see fit, and I think it's time for us to make that change to our rules and regulations. So I'd like to see that.
Commissioner Truesdale?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments that Commissioner Moody's made, and I understand his concerns, and he and I have spoken about this. some differences from us in the city council. None of us are elected, we're appointed. We're elected by ourselves to see who serves as chairman for that period of time. But we're appointed as planning commissioners, and while we sometimes lose sight of what our planning commission obligation is, we serve the city as a whole. We're appointed by individual commissioners, but each and every one of us are responsible for all of the wards throughout the city. So it isn't one commissioner has a special voice on a particular ward. They may have more perceived local knowledge, but they don't have a stronger voice than the other. People have the right to make motions. I've been on this commission for a while. I know Mr. Goins or Commissioner Goins has been on here longer than I have. And this has never become an issue. I've never looked at making the motions as creating an advantage or a disadvantage. I take my job as a planning commissioner very serious, and I take the ethics and the point of trust. There's the idea that this is 3 words. Well, it's worked well for a phenomenal number of years, and to change it only looks to me is, what are we trying to accomplish by changing it? Are we trying to fix something that happened badly, that somebody didn't get a voice of representation? No. I mean, when I was chair, people made motions all the time, and I look at it, I was appointed by the mayor, I don't look at any ward. If somebody's looking at how it affects a ward that they perceived as their own issue, then I think we have our own problem. We've created our own problem. Because in that regard, if I was chairman and said, I'm only worried about this ward, and there was something that came up concerning that ward, I can make a motion, I can control the debate as chairman. I could stop debate, I could stop comments by limiting the time frame to the public, or limiting input by other commissioners, and that becomes an abuse. We have a very workable board here, and I don't think any of us is looking to be in a situation of trying to get an advantage over someone else. But what has worked well, to me, when you start changing things, you start whittling away, it becomes death of 1,000 cuts. It's, well, let the state legislature do this so we don't have to deal with it, and suddenly you lose control of it. Assign decisions to someone else and defer 100% to staff, then we don't have to take the heat for making a recommendation to the city. We're appointed to do a job, and if we do it well, no one ever hears about it. And we shouldn't, I think this is an incredibly bad choice. And I believe you mean well in what you've presented, and I think whichever councilman, made this recommendation probably means well. We're not city council. We were never looked at to be the city council. We're not carrying the water for none of us should be carrying the water for a particular councilman on any given day. Our obligation is to take the input from the public, input from staff, and make an informed recommendation or decision that sometimes is final. That's the way the council decided it. But most times it is truly a legal recommendation. It's our recommendation to the council to make a decision. They don't have to live with it. They can go and make a different decision. We've just said that we've given Mr. Farlow or anybody else the opportunity to bring their information to us, every neighbor to us, and we've had that spirited debate, and then we've had a spirited debate between ourselves, and then we've made a recommendation. They don't all have to be 7-0, they don't all have to be 7-1 or 6-1, 6-2, and we should be comfortable in our job and our own commitment to doing the right thing, that we shouldn't have to change the rules by which we function. Because I don't believe we create anything better by changing them.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think Commissioner Quinn, didn't you have a comment?
I just wanted to make a brief comment. I was always under the impression that by the chairman not making a motion, it led him the opportunity to be the tiebreaker amongst the rest of us. In other words, kind of like, if he made the motion for his area, then we kind of know how he was going. But if he doesn't make the motion, then we all discuss it, we vote, and then he's kind of the tiebreaker that breaks us apart. And so I feel that it should just stay the same way as it is, with the chairman not making the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, I see it both ways now. I do like the interpretation that Rick stated a second ago about controlling a debate and controlling emotion, and I do understand that that could be abused. However, I don't necessarily feel that anybody up here would abuse that and abuse their discretion. However, even, let's say if it's Ward 5 and Byron is our chairperson, he might choose to not craft a motion on everything in Ward 5 that comes up, but it might be a project that isn't real clean and clear, that needs to have added conditions and needs to have the right things massaged in the conditions in order to approve it. And for him to have that ability to do that without having to correct the motion, through a different planning commissioner would be nice. And because sometimes if somebody else is making the motion, they might not agree to all the same conditions that Byron would be agreeing to, but that would be his wish. So maybe if it's, if we're allowed to be able to make the motion on something that's important, that needs to be massaged, and then, but as an unstated rule, they don't make every motion that comes their way from their ward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonar?
Yes. Actually, I guess I'm a pretty trusting fella, and I don't believe, even if somebody was trying to manage the discussion, that the rest of us would sit around and just absorb that. I think we're all individuals. We're going to stand up for ourselves, our respective wards, and I guess I would trust that the power that we would give to the chairman and giving him the right to make these motions, it's not a big deal. I should think that we have enough trust going with us to allow it to happen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Goins?
Just a quick comment. I wanted to ask Director Flynn, has these bylaws have always been in place, and I think I recall the only time changing was when we made some adjustments with the terms running concurrent with city council. Would that be correct?
As to whether or not they've always been in place, I couldn't answer you that. I don't know how long we've had the bylaws in place. The most recent change that we had to our bylaws was back in 2011 relative to the terms of the Planning Commission members. Prior to that, I can't remember how long we've had these in place.
My only comment, I kind of don't think I would support it either, mainly because the fact it came through from a city councilman. I mean, that to me, that for the best way to say it is almost trying to control some aspect of what we do, and I think each one of us clearly knows that we are definitely independent, and we're all independent thinkers on the board. So I guess my only comment to that would be that if that councilman's representative is on the board, in order for them to go ahead and make a motion, just don't advise them to run for chair and or vice chair, and that way they always have a opportunity to make a motion. So those would be my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I guess I'm the only one left. I don't really have much to add to this, except I don't really support the chairman making the motions. I think the easiest way to do it, the way we've been kind of doing it, is if the acting chair, the chairman or the acting chairman needs to make a motion and they want to be part of that, I think anybody here can just grab the gavel for that one item, and then that would pave the way for the one commissioner to go ahead and make his motion. I don't think we need to completely revamp. As Commissioner Truesdale pointed out, this system's been in place for a lot of years. It's been working, and I don't see any need to change, giving all deference to Commissioner Moody and his talk, because he does make some good points. But I think overall, I think the easiest way is the way we've been doing it. If I have to abstain as chairman, and then Commissioner Moody has to pick it up as vice chair, but he wants to be able to make the motion, then we just need to pass it to the next guy that's agreeable to act as the chair for that specific item, and that would clear the way for the motion to be made. So I think everybody's had their say on this. I'll entertain a motion for.
No participation as far as citizenship is at the end. But before you guys, I missed my opportunity to, to ask questions before. That's why I waited until, you got to yourself or whatnot, as far as the motion to be able to comment on that very thing. And will I be allowed to? Because I missed that. I was sitting there and I heard you, you guys were going through all the different points of.
Are you here to make a just general public comment, or
I'm
are you
saying pertaining to that, though.
to the bylaws?
Yes, that very thing, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you guys all made.
First of all, I need you to give me your name and your address,
I'm sorry.
please.
My name is Tomay Hodip, like you say today, T-O-M-A-Y. Last name is Hodip, H-O-L-D-I-P. North Las Vegas representative for over 20 years. I guess the question that I have is, how come that's not always the factor about, knowing what you guys are responsible for? Because all you guys make a great point about saying that you guys have your own voice, and then you talk about the representation of it. We see constantly different mayors and commissioners when incidents happen across the globe, and primarily here. When you looked at what happened in New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, and you see and what happened with Mr. Holmes, you see a face-to-face value of someone who represents the city and the state, and then they tackle the tough issue, and then you can, at Democratic conventions or Republican conventions, you can say, well, that's the individual who represents that state or that city. And I've been coming to these meetings for over 3 years, probably just as long as the gentleman that it's another African-American older gentleman with him, or watching them on Channel 2 and Channel 4 regularly, like, I watch ESPN. And with that being said is that you have these viewpoints when you talk about things and address you guys that gets put in a box and say, well, you can't talk about that, and we don't deal with that. And the things you guys just said, for over 3 years, the boards have been telling me we do not deal with that. The very things that you guys just said tonight pertaining to issues that come from stoplights, all the way from police patrol, from racial profiling, all those issues. And the public doesn't know, the public doesn't know what you can actually address you guys with and how we're going to actually get an answer from that.
But, sir, what our issue is here and what you asked to speak on is about the bylaws. What you're really talking about, I think, is better held to item number 69, which is citizen participation. If you've got a specific comments to the bylaws, I'm opening it up to you to talk about what you think, whether or not the chairman should vote or or not vote, or excuse me, whether the chairman should make a motion or not make a motion. That's the issue we're discussing right now.
Oh, well, I was still talking about the bylaws, because the bylaws pertain to you guys' duties along with what you can address and what you can't address. You guys just, like I said, you just opened up more understanding for me, because I was told there were certain things that could not be talked about, from the city attorney, from, you know, and from the mayor herself and himself, and from North Las Vegas and from Clark County. So, I mean, well, the whole thing that I'm just saying, as far as the bylaws, when we go down the list of things and get to, like you said, citizen participation or whatnot, and you want to address the ward or address you guys pertaining to an issue of the city, it is helpful to know that you're going to actually get an answer and not just be pushed aside as being just another person that's coming up to the podium and speaking their piece.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now that the public comment portion is closed, I would go ahead and entertain a motion on this item.
I'm ready to make the motion. I'm ready to make a motion of abeyance Director's Business 50800 to keep the bylaws in place, whereas the chairman does not make the motion during any meeting, and that's my motion.
So I think what we're doing is deny, you're making a motion to deny.
I'm making a motion to deny.
Okay, and then let's go ahead and please vote, noting that a yes vote is
Yeah,
for denial.
leaving them just as they are.
Please vote. Please post. The motion to deny item number 63 carries.
This is final action here at the Planning Commission.
Item number 64 is TXT 50874, the applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for discussion and possible action to amend LVMC Title 19 Unified Development Code, UDC of the City of Las Vegas, to provide procedures related to allowing an entitlement for a temporary use/development concurrent with an existing entitlement for the same property and provide for other related matters. Staff is recommending approval. Staff, can we have the report, please?
I'd like to note that staff has no recommendation on this item as it is. I think it was noticed incorrectly.
Okay, my documents show an approval, so.
Yes, the scripts were printed incorrectly, and we apologize for that.
No
This
problem.
amendment, as proposed, would introduce a provision to allow the city council to approve two different development plans for the same site. Under a typical planning process, a request to develop land for a new project would negate any other current active unexercised entitlements to make way for the new proposed development. However, there may be sites in the city that have been entitled for significant developments that are not yet ready to advance with the exercising of those entitlements, but have opportunities to host less long-term or temporary developments. Such temporary developments have the potential to add to the tax base of the city and provide services and jobs to the community in short term until such time as the original project is ready to move forward. In this context, and as contemplated in the proposed amendment, a temporary development is a development that is not the long-term proposed term development otherwise approved for the site, but is intended as an interim use of land for a limited time period. The development envisioned by the term temporary development exceeds, either by time or scope, what might otherwise be permitted by means of a temporary commercial permit, and that is the scope of this request. Please note that staff is recommending to delete 2J2 of the proposed amendment, which required temporary developments shall meet all applicable standards without application for any deviations, exception, waivers, or variances that might otherwise be permitted by this code. The sponsor of this ordinance has requested that that be removed. And
Thank you.
We'll try and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard on this matter?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Can you give me an example of something that this would entail?
Sir, go ahead, give me your name and address, please.
Good evening, John Curran, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard North, 89101. I too would just like to second staff's request to remove section J2. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, open it up for discussion amongst the commission. Commissioner Truesdale?
What's this mean? I mean, I read through this, and I have no idea what we're trying to accomplish. I don't think anybody here would know if we approved a drive-through restaurant today, it's a 5-year use or a 10-year use. I mean, this is like saying, well, we got 15 uses in the queue, and whichever one works, we'll call that the permanent use. This, in taking out J2 or 2J, just seems to not make it any better. So, can you explain what examples are what we're trying to accomplish here?
If I might, I'll go ahead and respond to Commissioner Truesdale's question. We have situations where there has been a property that has received an entitlement, let's say, for example, for a mixed-use development, that the market is not currently right for that development, or they're not able to get financing at this point in time. We certainly have seen a lot of that over the last 5 years here in Las Vegas. What this request is proposing is where there is an entitlement on a site for a larger project that is appropriate for the site, that in the interim, there might be temporary uses that are approved for the property. For example, you know, the container park is, I hate to bring that up, but that's one example that might be something that could be viewed as perhaps an interim use, where you have temporary structures such as the containers or the modular units that may be in place on a site for a period not to exceed the approval for the entitled use. And so that's really to allow this to happen, that until the entitled use is ready to go forward, you have an interim or a temporary use on the site.
But the container park, as an example, is what's been approved. There's not there was no grander use that came before it, or if there was, it's expunged by the zoning. We had no less than 20 high-rise towers that the market was never going to get there, and every one of those uses have elapsed or have been extended. But when someone takes a property, pulls a building permit and builds a permanent or two-story building on or structure, we're saying that that's okay. You still have this 50-story building out there in your back pocket for future. I don't know how staff as a zoning body would think that is a grand idea. That's not the kind of zoning code we have. It's poor short-term planning, and to me seems even poor long-term planning, because it's like saying you got vacant land, we're putting a billboard on it because we think that's a good revenue source for 5 years, and it turns out to be 20 years, and you never get development. People have property, neighbors want to know what their development's going to do. This just seems, I don't know how you keep track of this. I don't know how neighborhoods could keep track of what's coming down the pipeline at them. Just.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else wish to be heard?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bonar?
I guess I can see something good that's trying to come out of this, as it's getting flexibility to over some tough period to have some use of the land. I can't see and I think J2 deals with that, I can't see the alternate use or the interim use being so permanent that it comes down in a short period, though. But coming to the multiple uses, J3 takes care of the multiple uses, because there's only one alternative allowed to the base use. So J3 takes care of that one problem. I don't know if we need to give that much flexibility, but there's some economic benefit to be gained by allowing this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else wish to be heard?
Yes.
Mr. Slotman?
Chairman, through you, question for the director. If a mixed-use development comes in and there's currently special use permits for restaurants, existing restaurants, and the entitlements are approved for the new mixed-use development, does it expunge all of the existing special use permits upon approval of that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question. If the entitlement for the property includes special use permits, just like the site plan, those special use permits are in place until they, A, either expire, or B, are exercised.
Okay, the only reason why I asked was wheels are spinning in my head trying to find out how this will benefit us, but and I was going to apply it to the high-rise or whatever that was going to be placed at the Tony Romo's and the what's the Marie Callender's and the Heidelberg, and in that situation, if entitlements were approved for a high-rise, would that have expunged all the liquor license for the existing uses on that property? Or would, underneath this new text amendment, would it allow all those temporary uses to continue until the high-rise is exercised?
I think we're talking about two different things here. If
Yeah.
there is an entitlement granted for a property, for example, the site that you had mentioned, high-rise approved for what is currently a one-story commercial center where there are existing entitlements for, I'm assuming, special use permits for on-sale alcohol. As long as those uses continue to operate, they may remain there. However, once the entitlement is exercised and those uses cease, then they're like any other use that ceases, any other special use permit that ceases for a period of 1 year or greater, that they would require a new special use permit to come in place. I don't know if this is directly applicable to the proposed text amendment that you have in front of you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how this benefits.
Is it possible that whoever created or made this request can explain to us what the example is?
I'll give you another example. There is a site that is located at Fremont Street and 8th, which is entitled currently for a 40-story mixed-use development. There is currently construction trailers on the site, which are there as part of a construction project. However, they would like to expand the use of those construction trailers to include a learning village so that classes would be offered there on the site. We cannot currently permit that because there is an entitlement in place on the site, and so we cannot issue them any business licenses. We cannot issue them any entitlements for that learning village.
Couldn't they do like every other property owner in the city, relinquish those rights? They still have a master plan, that the master plan and our new, I guess, and I forget the proper term of it, master plan or zoning process. I don't know, we had a meeting a couple weeks, form-based code. So we can feel good about the buildings and how they orient and stuff. If they want a school in a village there now, that is the appropriate use now. If they, I mean, that's like, okay, you're going to take away their entitlement if they put a construction trailer there. But if they open up a business and open up a development, they've changed the use. They've changed what the property is being presented for. So if I bought a house next door and I said, okay, I'm buying a house here because it's got this school next door, and I never know about this, quote, 40-story building that's out there. 10 years goes by and suddenly goes, oh, that's always been approved. You didn't know about that? They could have 10 different uses that come in various clocks along that period. How is anybody going to know what the zoning is or the entitlement is on property? This is, to me, a very backwards way of taking away the public's right to know what's planned around them. And that to me is far from open government, far from open development. We're criticized here if we don't represent the master plan properly, but here this is asking us to get into a position where we're representing something other than a master plan or a permanent development. It catches me a little odd, sorry.
If I could just
Certainly.
respond to that very quickly. Mr. Truesdale, you're right. If we had a form-based code in place, then the owner of the property could be assured that if they relinquish their entitlements, they would still be allowed to do that same size and scale of development. However, with the code that we currently have in place, we don't apply development standards, but rather we approve them on a case-by-case basis. So there's no guarantee at this point in time that the property owner could get back the 40-story tower that he has approved. And so that's the current situation. Obviously, we're moving to a different model where there would be more guarantees in place. One of the things I would ask, just not to belabor this discussion because the hour is late and we're all getting tired, is the city manager's office has requested that we put this text amendment forward. If the Planning Commission feels that this is inappropriate, that this is not the way to conduct entitlements, I would request that you vote accordingly and we forward your recommendation on to City Council with the understanding and the basis for your recommendation of either approval or denial.
Thank you, Director.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion.
Certainly.
I think I've heard enough, and I think it sounds a good way to move forward. So I'll be making a motion for approval of text amendment 51100, I'm sorry, 50874, following all staff's recommendations, and my motion is for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please
You're
vote.
welcome.
Please post. Motion for approval fails. I'll entertain another motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for denial of text amendment 50874.
Please vote, and please note that a yes vote is for denial. Please post. Motion to deny carries.
Mr. Chairman, we will note the recommendation for denial from the Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
Item 66 is TXT 51219, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action to amend LVMC 19.12 related to permitted uses, 19.16 related to applications and procedures, and 19.18 related to definitions and measures regarding the home occupation use by revising the zoning district applicability, description and definition, provide a definition for cottage food operation, and amend the various provisions for home occupation permits, and to provide for other related matters. Staff is recommending approval, I think. And may we have a staff report, please?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill number 206 was signed into law following the 2013 legislative session. The bill adds cottage food operation to the list of activities that are excluded from the definition of food establishments and provide the operation therein. It provides manufacturer or prepares only certain food items for sale, meets certain requirements relating to the preparation, labeling, and sale of those food items, and you must register with the health authority. In addition, the bill prohibits a local government from adopting any ordinance or other regulation that prohibits a person from preparing food as part of a cottage food operation within the person's private home, and also from restricting customers from seeking the sale therein. This will bring Title 19 into conformance to that to Senate Bill 206, and staff recommends approval. I can answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. We'll open this up for public comment.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I'm against it because I think it's going to open up a can of worms, especially in Ward 3.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Goins, it looks like you're first.
Let me just ask Mr. Rankin if you could put that in, if you could craft this in layman's terms with a real likable scenario that could happen.
This ordinance would once again bring Title 19 in conformance to state law. It would allow someone to make jellies and jams at their home. We do limit the number of customers to no more than 2 at a time, so you couldn't have 3 people or more at your home who could come and purchase those home cottage items. Those items are also labeled, required to be labeled, indicating that they are prepared in a non-commercial kitchen, and that you're, at your own risk in consuming those items, as there's no regulation of how they're prepared. It does limit the items to certain food items per state law, that you can't make everything, but you can make certain items that you might think as traditional home cottage items like candies, cookies.
So I could go to Ward 2 in Summerlin to Commissioner Truesdale's house and get some caviar? I think you
Only
can't.
if the fish are swimming.
Caviar is not covered.
Only if the fish are swimming.
Can that on Thursday or Saturday?
This means we can all go to the
Anybody else wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. You got a motion?
I have a motion. My motion for text amendment 51219, number 66, would be to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote.
Just vote yes.
Please post. Motion to approve item 66 is approved.
And this item goes forward to City Council in ordinance format with a recommendation of approval.
Item 67 is TXT 51221, applicant owner City of Las Vegas, for discussion and possible action to amend LVMC 19.16.170 related to temporary sign permit by revising the procedures to allow for a special event permit to also serve as a temporary sign permit and to provide for other related matters. Staff is recommending approval. May we have the staff report, please?
Approximately a year and a half ago, the City of Las Vegas consolidated all of the permits required to do a special event into one application and one permit to be issued. Previously, there were multiple permits to do a special event. You had to seek building safety, you had to get a generator, you had to get a permit for your tents from the fire department, you had to get a temporary commercial permit from the planning department, plus you could be subject to other ones. And all of those were consolidated together. The one item that was left out of that was the temporary sign permit. So if you're having a temporary event, you still had to come back to the planning department to get a temporary sign permit for that special event. This will allow you to just get the one special event permit and roll it all together. But you still get a sign review. It's still part of the package. That it just isn't free signage everywhere. But it simplifies it for everyone to go through the process, and staff is recommending approval of this.
Thank you. I'd like to open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion, open up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, question for staff. So everything for a special event is now bundled into one, including generators?
Yes, that's the way I understand it. It's one permit, so your generators, your tents, and this would add the last part, which is the special event. It could be even liquor caterer can be part of a special event. If you're having liquor on there for just that event, it becomes part of just this application itself in order to help everybody. Before, you had to see multiple departments, and we made the applicant run around and seek applications, and this is the last part.
And Mr. Chair, through you, just one quick comment, because I got a call from the operator of Rock the Block. He had generators set up and tents set up and signs set up, and about 2 hours before his event, he was calling me, asking me if I could go pull a generator permit, and I'm not a licensed electrician, so I can't go pull that permit. And somebody in business licensing said, yes, a general contractor can come pull that permit. And I said, I'm not going to waste my time going down to the city because I know the rules, and once I get down there, they're not going to give me a generator permit. So anyways, placed a few calls, and somebody in Public Works, I don't even know how this happened, got with building safety and got a inspector out there so they could still have their event. And part of the confusion of so many permits, most of these operators can't wrap their head around it. So one that I would like staff to look into is to see if they can include the generator permit into this whole special event permit. And if it is, to go ahead and maybe put that in the packet.
Let me clarify. It is part of the packet for the generator permit, but it still requires a drawing by an electrician, electrical contractor, to draw that electrical drawing to be submitted as part of the package that then is reviewed by the building safety department. If the applicant had failed to do that, as you mentioned, the general contractor cannot do that. It must be an electrical contractor, certified electrician, to draw that drawing for certification. But it is part of the packet, as part of the application. When you come in, one of the questions are, will you have generators? If you check the box yes, then the next part is to submit your electrical drawing as drawn by an approved electrical contractor.
Okay. There was a little confusion.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Commissioner Truesdale?
For staff, so we are going from 4 times a year, 60 days, to 8 times a year, 180 days, for every license holder on a lot. So if there's 20 license holders, you can have temporary signs constantly rotating on that property potentially, right?
This ordinance only permits temporary signs as part of a special event. So you would have to get approved for the special event. Anything over 6 times does require council approval. If it's 5 or less, that's done administratively. Anything over 6 does require that.
But if I have 6 tavern limiteds on a property, and I have, each one of them has ongoing events. They have, beer night, this thing, that thing. You could have temporary signage almost full-time on a property, right? Event signage.
I think you could possibly do that even without this amendment. You could do that at this time.
Okay.
Because each address can have their own special event as part of, each license holder can have their own special event within the code.
Sounds good to me. And based on that information, I'll make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Please post. Motion to approve carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item goes forward to City Council in ordinance format with a recommendation for approval.
Moving on now to the citizens' participation portion of the agenda at item 69. Citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Because of the late hour, I'm going to put a 3-minute limitation on any comments under this item. Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Yeah, hello. My name's Karen Summer, 2324 Sunrise Meadows Drive, 89134. I was here for number 68 that you just skipped over, and I don't see it on the monitor up there. And I did call today because I'd heard a rumor that it was going to be taken off the agenda, and I was told that it was not taken off the agenda, that once it's published, that it comes before you, and so that I would have the opportunity to speak. And that is about the short-term rental proposal. And I had a lot of comments about it. I waited all night to speak because, like I said, I was told that it would be part of the hearing. I'm against the special use permit for short-term rentals. It doesn't address the problem. The problem is party houses. Those are generally at-large homes, mansions that have amenities that people want to go to such a place to have a party for. And the 2, 3, 4-bedroom houses that people want to rent just to have an option to a hotel, for instance, or a short-term job assignment. We get a lot of military that come here that their furniture is coming from Germany and they don't have a place to rent for 3 or 4 weeks. And we right now rent out for 31 days because that doesn't require a permit, but we would like to rent out for less than 31 days. But we would not want to have to go through a special use permit, much like what I've seen tonight. The minimum fee is $800. Then you'd have to go to the business licensing for another $500, and it just doesn't make sense. I don't know how you as a commission could approve a special use permit for one person as opposed to another person with basically the same criteria. It doesn't come up with the same kind of criteria that you were looking at for all of your special use permits tonight. So I don't think it's appropriate at all. I don't know the reason that it was pulled, but I hope it's because it's a dead issue. I know that the ordinance is going to be going back to City Council to be rewritten, and that part of that will include some land use sections, but it was coming before you just to add the special permit use, which I understand they couldn't do it with the proposal that it was proposed originally because it was too much of a stretch or something like that. So that's why it was supposed to come before you, but apparently it was pulled. So I'm curious to know why it was pulled, if anybody can address that. And if it does come before you, again, I'll be here again speaking against it. So, all right, thank you.
Again, I'm Tamay Hodip. I wanted to address what has been happening for a very long time. This is George W. Bush stating in 1985, before us is an opportunity to forge for ourselves and others a future generation known as the New World Order, a world of rule of law, not the law of the jungle, but the law that governs the conduct of nations. And when we are successful, and we will be at this chance, it will be a real chance at this New World Order, an order which an incredible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the United States founders. This year, President Barack Obama, we have to shape and meet the challenges of a new generation. International order is one we seek and resolve the challenges of our time. In this new century, Americans and Europeans alike will be required to do more, not less. Partnership and cooperation among nations is not a choice. It's the only way, the one way to protect our common security and advance our common humanity. What's significant about both of those is that for a long time now, I had to do research because I didn't know about, any of this stuff or whatnot. Just was a naive kid who went about life as my grandparents presented it, which was faith-based and playing basketball, keep your nose clean, and make sure that you have moral standards or what have you. Keep away from the law so that you don't end up entangled with that. So, of course, along those pitfalls, we all are fallible and have sins and find ourselves in different situations, but I never had problems with the law. What's interesting about what's being said is that this is happening right now. If you recall years back, when you think about Adolf Hitler and what his movement was part of, it wasn't just for the Jews, it was to conquer the entire globe. And then America adapting that same mentality and bringing it into slavery, using it against the individuals that they use it against, which we all know who those are. I don't have to reinstate that. Nevertheless, pushing forth in groups like Jay-Z, Mobb Deep, Nas, Nasir Jones, listening to Tears for Fears. And when that has happened, when you look at Revelation 13, it talks about the inserting of transmitters and chips. And I've been inserted with those same microchips. The reason why I have this is a pamphlet full of cases that have, was that a full 3 minutes? That
Yes,
seemed very-
wrap it up real quick if you
Okay.
don't mind.
This is a pamphlet of starting with the case that happened on January 5th, 2010, that I have spoken about since January 5th, 2010 on each level, from Northtown to Clark County and then to this board, when Oscar Goodman was still the mayor of the entire city. I've gone from radio, Christian, and then FM also, talking about this, also making sure that I prepare myself for the ill effects of that. The reason why this is, again, important is because when you read the Bible, even if you do not believe it, it states completely of the same thing that President Barack Obama and George Bush were talking about, which were that one day from Israel, that the entire world will be controlled by one individual. And the reason why I'm saying that is because this is happening right here, not far off in Israel, but right here in America and here in the state of Nevada in the city of Las Vegas. I have 2 microchips and a transmitter in my stomach and right here by my glands that I had nothing to do with, just because I was black and just because I was targeted, that these officers decided to run a scenario on me and then throw me in the slammer and inject me. I've been trying to get the participation from all the boards that I just talked about, along with trying to get lawyers, and nobody takes the case whatsoever.
All right,
So I
sir,
end up,
I think I'm going to have to cut you off now because I did limit your comments tonight to 3 minutes, and you're on over 5 about this juncture, so.
okay, can I just finish my last statement, not to be misconstrued?
If it's quick.
Okay.
Sir Byron.
And with that, I'm sorry?
Sir, we just want you to wrap it up because it's very interesting.
Oh, well, it's not that I'm trying to be interesting or high intellect. I'm just talking about what's only been presented during the time that I live, because my citizenship and livelihood is at stake. Now, it would be a different story if the president comes out tomorrow and says every single human being, not just Freemasons, and Freemasons are those that down on Charleston and past Las Vegas Boulevard that's next to State Bar, so we can stay away from the strangeness of what a Freemason is. Now, knowing that it's a secret society among us, and knowing that they function within our daily operations, these type of things are happening on a day-to-day basis. And if our boards are sitting back and allowing this to happen, does it not prove that organized crime is not only among us, but is being delegated by high powerful people? And I don't have access to.
Yes, sir, I don't mean to be rude to you, but you're way past your time, and I'm going to thank you very much for your comments, and I'm going to move on to Mr. Farlow, give him his 3 minutes, and then adjourn this meeting for tonight, unless there's anybody else.
What do I do from that standpoint, though, as far as the things that I've given to
The things
to
you've
be
mentioned,
evaluated?
we cannot act on anything that you've said. We are a land use board, and the only way we can act on anything is if it was properly noticed and it's on the agenda. But we thank you for your comments, and there's nothing else we can offer you on for tonight.
Even after it's been recorded in this building?
You know, all I can say is this is public comment, and we really don't respond to it. We allow you to talk for a certain amount of time, and so, quite frankly, you're supposed to really talk about matters that are limited to our jurisdiction, and the things you're talking about aren't within our jurisdiction.
You just said in the bylaws that you just told me exactly.
Sir, I think we're done. I apologize. I need to move on. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 66, there's no way in the world that you're going to enforce that thing in here. We can't even enforce the corn and the taco carts that go down the street. No way that's going to work. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to address Mr. Moffett. Mr. Moffett, this city is blessed because we have people that get along. We really do. This planning commission meeting, they get along, the council gets along. The rest of the world doesn't do that. We have a city staff, probably and I've said this time and again, we have the best city staff of any city in the world. But you will not see this any other place. Most of the places are backstabbing. I won't even go there. But understand where you are, that you're seeing the best of the bunch right here. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to be heard?
Chairman, I just wanted to submit 4 emails that I received on item number 14, which I forgot to submit earlier, so wanted to give this to the city clerk.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn? Okay. No further comments. This meeting is now adjourned.